Yo, what up, Dig? Oh, slaying some deeds. Let's go. Let's go. That's huge. Making good progress over there on Lotro. I made a massive taco bowl today. Like, this thing is mounding in my bowl. It's crazy. There's no way I'm eating this whole thing. What? Hey, it's my affiliate anniversary? Hell yeah. Didn't even know. Let's go. October. Oh shit, so they gave you a whole second set of deeds and stuff? That's crazy. House and laundry, let's go. Okay. Hey Dick, is it kind of sad that I almost went and played more Minecraft over the weekend? Yeah, well, thanks for that. I didn't even know until Topher posted that in chat. I don't keep track of that shit. I'm not gonna lie, Dick, I was honestly shocked with how much I liked it. Now I just gotta get Edge involved. Yep, edge. You're getting sucked in. It's like a black hole. Exactly. See? You'll love it. You don't like doing the sucking though? Make good money that way. Depends on how broke you are. It's the corner, man. It's that corner. You got to replace the light bulb. I'm telling you. New light bulb increases revenue. It's like one of those city builders. You know, if you want to increase revenue in an area, you build a park, right? You build some shops. You know, you upgrade the decor. You know, if you're in a dark alley, dark corner with no lights, you're like 1 star. You know, not that money, gotta go to that 2 star. The sucky $5 is still sucky $5, but it's not $5 anymore. It's $10. The quality hasn't changed. That's what I'm saying, you know? Gotta upgrade to that 2 star, maybe that 3 star. Oh man, I think I made too big of a taco bowl today. You know, I'm gonna be real, Dig. I was super close to trying a hardcore WoW playthrough like 6 months ago. But the logic in my brain prevented me from doing it. Because for the life of me, I cannot put my hardcore status on the line with 20, 30, 40 other people. I cannot go into a raid expecting these other people to do the right thing, right? Or go into a dungeon and like, I know for a fact that there are trolls in hardcore that they will party up with people and they get blacklisted pretty quickly, right? But it's not like you ever, like, sometimes you might not know, or they might make a new character, you know, whatever. And you get trolled and then you get started all over. I can't deal with that. Like seeing those horror stories of like the #1 rating guild going into Nax and that one dude just actually trolling and intentionally wiping like 30 people. Like it's just ridiculous. And don't get me wrong, I get it. It's not on World of Warcraft to police those people. It's not on World of Warcraft to like fix what happened. Like if it was an intentional troll that intentionally wiped the group, they shouldn't give you your characters back. Now, don't get me wrong, if that guy is intentionally wiping people in raids, yeah, maybe he gets a ban, but he just makes another account, right? There's not much they can really do about it. And like you said, like I just said, it's like it's a social thing. Like there's not much you can truly do about it. You back to 80, let's go. Like, you have to learn to trust this person. And if you can trust them, then you bring him in. But if he turns out to be a fake imposter, hell, that's the way of the world, man. Like, I can't put my faith in people like that. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Bro, people in Eve will slow roast your ass for months, sometimes years. It's crazy. It's that super long con, man. Wait, your signal dropped dead? What the fuck, Tover? What the hell happened? Yeah, that's what I'm saying too, Dig. It's like there are people that are legit just they play it to troll people. And yes, they get blacklisted. Yes, their names are well known and stuff like that to the community. But if you're not kind of tuned into that and you kind of ignore chat and the community and you don't pay that much attention, you're gonna get trolled, right? It is what it is, and it's not like you're gonna keep up with like their naming convention or things like that. Like you're just gonna get fucked, right? Um, and yeah, there are great people. There are a lot, but that's the thing. It's you always notice the 1% of the population that ruins it for the other 99, right? 99% of the people on the hardcore server are playing it legit. They're playing it for real. They're trying their best. They might suck at the game and get you wiped for sucking, but they're not intentionally doing it. At least it doesn't seem like they're intentionally doing it. But then there's that 1% that does everything in their power to try and look legit and try and, you know, but their intentions are to like troll you and to kill you and to wipe you and stuff. Yeah, exactly. So you can avoid all the dungeons and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, like if you want to gear up, you have to do dungeons. You have to do raids, right? There's no way around it. Yeah, you can play with blues and greens that you get from, you know, traditional quests and, you know, maybe some crafting and stuff like that, but eventually you have to get into dungeons and raids to get decent gear. I mean, and at that point, like, why do you even need the decent gear? If you're not running dungeons, if you're not running raids, you don't even need gear. So, like, what's the real point of playing if you're not playing to do the dungeons and raids? Now, my curious question in hardcore is it permadeath when you PvP? Like, not duels, because you don't die in duels. But, like, if you go to, like, Arathi Basin or Altrike Valley or something like that, is that, like, exempt from the dead? Like, DED dead? Because in that case, like, at least you can go and PvP. Oh, I didn't know they had permadeath duels as well. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I remember that one. Stranglethorn Valley's open freaking world dungeon thing or dueling arena. That thing's crazy. I ran by there once, didn't know it, and I got fucking murdered. I remember that shit. That shit sucked. When I was like new to the game, you know, like first time ever in Stranglethorn Valley, I was like exploring and I got fucking murdered. Shit sucks. Yeah, I'm more curious about like the zoned instanced PvPs. You know, Altrike Valley, Arathi Base, and stuff like that. That's funny because if you can still do those without permadeath, then at least it gives you something to do. Yeah, see, then that's kind of boring because all you have is open world PvP occasionally, right? You have raids and dungeons and professions. And if you're not doing raids and dungeons because you don't trust people and you're running around just doing professions and yo, what up, Bing? How's things going, man? Thanks for coming back by. I appreciate it. Also, thank you for that the follow the other day or the subscription or whatever you want to call it. I appreciate it. I realized it was you after I went and looked at it. I didn't realize that the two names were the same. So I appreciate it. But yeah, so you're cutting out one of the main aspects of World of Warcraft, and if you're cutting out a second part because you don't trust people, technically three parts, because dungeons and raids are two different parts, but they're technically the same thing. I think in the same boat. If you're cutting out all the PvP except for open world PvP, and you're cutting out dungeons and raids, it literally leaves you with professions in open world PvP. But if you're trying to avoid dying because you don't want to get trolled, you probably don't want to do open world PvP either. So you're literally just running around hardcore World of Warcraft just doing professions. I mean, not saying that's a bad thing. Not saying that it can't be fun, because you can make a bunch of characters and you can have every profession. You just won't be able to do all professions because some of the profession patterns come from raids, right? So you could do stuff, but you're kind of very limited on what you can get done and the playability of it. I don't know. Exactly, that's the thing, Dick. Some people enjoy it for that extra added layer of like stress and try hardness, and I don't. I don't like playing a game when I'm stressed out. I don't play a game to stress me out. I play a game to have fun and to enjoy myself. And yes, the added layer of stress to complete something with the knowing that if I die, I'm dead. That sense of, oh my god, I finally completed this is really high. It's really cool. I enjoy that. I don't think it's worth the added stress of getting to that point, right? Also, guys, we're about to jump into New World. I have to go to the bathroom. I haven't gone yet. So I'm gonna go do that. When I come back, I should have my drink and everything all sorted, and we should be able to jump right in. And then, yeah, we'll get the grind going, and we'll chat some more. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Alright, I am back. What's going on, guys? Yo, what up, Lightning? How's things, man? Alright. Whew. I mean, that's kind of cool. They at least allow you to transfer over to regular off of hardcore. I mean, it makes sense though, because like any other game that has hardcore in it allows you to transfer to a standard after dying or even before dying. If you've completed everything you wanted to complete, and then you just want to play the game normally. See, that's kind of probably what I would end up doing, Dig, if I'm being completely honest, is I would level up to max level via hardcore just for the dopamine of actually achieving the goal. And then I just move my character to the normal and just play normally so I can actually do dungeons and raids and stuff like that. Alright, guys. This is our Iron Man. Well, our newest Iron Man. It's the one we've been grinding on. This is the one we've been pushing. This is the one we're doing all this stuff on. Yeah, and that's the thing too, Dig. Is like if you had a group of if you had like a 5-man group, right? A solid 5-man dungeon group. Running dungeons, like speed running dungeons, wouldn't be a problem because then you trust the people that you're with. The 4 people that you're with, you know, they're actual friends. You've known them for years. You know, you have, you know they're not going to troll you. And if they do, you just lose a friend, right? It's not that big a deal, quote unquote. But oh, sorry. My nose is running and it's bugging me. But yeah, like I would never be able to do it right. I would never be able to trust 39 other people to do it right. Now, doing dungeons, you can get most of the gear you could ever want. Not quite BIS, right? But it's pre-BIS. It's pretty solid gear still. But at least you can run dungeons. You can speed run dungeons with people. You can help people, stuff like that. Because like even if you only had a 4-man party, one individual technically can ruin it for you if he's like just a single DPS. Right, he can overpull stuff and things like that. But if you have a solid tank healer and 2 other DPS, you can fix most fuck ups. As long as it's not like a mechanic oriented thing that the DPS intentionally wipes the group with, you can make most things work with a solid 4-man. Very few times have I ever run into a dungeon where a solid 4-man can't unfuck what the 5th guy has done. You died at 35? No! That sucks. Yeah, see that's the thing. Like certain dungeons, they do have too many mobs, and if there's a dude that like playing a specific class that can either feint death or vanish or ice block or something to drop aggro after they pull like a shit ton of mobs. If they pull too many mobs, yeah, you're not going to be able to usually withstand too many mobs, but most of the time, depending on your gear and your experience, you can make things work with a solid tank and healer. As long as the DPS can actually pump out some deeps and the tank can hold aggro and the healer can keep the tank alive. Like if the group is experienced enough, they can unfuck most unfucks. You know? But it's hit or miss. Soul frame? Oh, what's soul frame? Lighting? Alright, we're gonna get into this in a second. I'm just catching up on chat and having good conversations. Just still sitting on hardcore, just chilling. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't have a problem with like classic WoW, like rating and stuff like that. It's just, I don't know. It's nothing different, right? Like, don't get me wrong. I never really got to clear Molten Core in its prime, right? Never got to clear any of the raids in their prime back in the day. Like, I never started raiding until ICC, right? Until Lich King. All through vanilla WoW, I didn't raid. All I did was PvP. All I did was Arathi Basins, Alterac Valleys, Warsong Gulch. I just spammed those all day long because I was in a PvP guild because I didn't really I was playing a rogue and I did not enjoy raiding back then. because back then, like we were talking about, healing was a lot harder back then, and mana was a lot more scarce, so they like refused to heal rogues. It was really annoying because like you'd have to back off and bandage regularly, and you're getting in trouble for your DPS being low, for getting hit by things that were unavoidable, right? Like there are certain mechanics and certain hits that you have to eat as a rogue because it's just like a wide, like a screen wide hit. Like you get hit by that, you have to back off and then bandage because the healers won't waste mana on you back then. It was so annoying. So I just like, it was fucking pointless for me to raid. I just hated it. So I just stuck to PvP. And then when Burning Crusade came out, I switched to a hunter, and it was kind of the same thing. All I did was PvP. Like I did a lot of arenas with my cousin, even though, you know, I sucked and he hated the fact that I sucked. We did a lot of like, you know, Outrack Valleys and stuff like that still, because I really enjoyed doing Outrack Valleys. Outrack Valleys are really fun. Same thing with Wrathy Basins. Wasn't a huge fan of Warsong Gulch personally, but Hogwarts Legacy vibes? What's giving you Hogwarts Legacy vibes? Are you talking about this game? New World? New World's a little wonky. It's gonna die soon, so not that big a deal. But yeah, like, so like BC, I mean I did some dungeons and stuff on Classic and on BC. Like I'd help people farm like some of their gear so they have like an extra party member and stuff, but I never really got into raiding. And then when Lich King came out, I had a DK, a warrior, and a paladin that I tanked on, and I just tanked. That's all I did. I started tanking and I got into the raids at that point, and it was pretty fun. And then after that I switched to a shaman and I never went back. I started healing, what was it, Kata was after that? Started healing in Kata and I fucking loved it. Shit was insane. And then ever since then I always alternated between, I would level up my tanks and I would level up my shaman in every DLC, and I would just play whatever was needed. Alright. You can only do dungeons once per day. That's kind of ridiculous. Yeah, and that's the thing too, Dick. Is like, those are the elite people, man. Those are the people that are like, well, you only pull like 1,000 DPS, but look at these people, they're pulling 1,500 DPS. You need to bring your shit up, or we're gonna kick you and replace you. Or we can all just do our jobs and we can all have a good time. Hey, don't get me wrong. If someone's not pulling their weight, right, and they're basically getting carried through it, like I get it. Like these people don't want to carry people per se unless they're getting like paid for it or they know in advance, right? If they know this person sucks and they know they need gear and they know, you know, they're gonna be carrying them, they're usually okay with it. But if you're going into the dungeon or the raid expecting that person to pull their weight and they can't, it's like, why is this person even here, right? I get it, but I am also like on the same page as you, Dig. It's like, if that is your goal, if your goal is to only have people that can like top the lists, then I don't really want to play with you. If you only want people that are like fucking 0.1% people, like players in your parties, I don't really want to play games with you because you're just too much of an elitist douchebag, and I just don't want to. I just don't want to put any time or investment into getting to know you. All right, so here's what we got to do today, guys. We're gonna spend probably a week or two doing this, but leveling up our engineering is gonna be a pain in the ass. We need a ton of ironwood, and we need a ton of orichalcum. Now, the orichalcum is very easy. Obviously, with the change to the crafting, we need to farm a ton of iron. Super simple. We need to farm a ton of star metal. Also pretty simple. The orichalcum, once again, is also pretty simple. The problem we're gonna run into is we need flux. We have 300 flux, and with how much orichalcum we need to make, that is nowhere near enough. So we need to do chest runs. So we're kind of looking for a chest run to pop up. They're usually later in the night because I get on right after they usually finish one. So we're gonna look for an elite chest run. We're gonna try and jump into it. We're gonna try and get some chests. In the meantime, we can run other chest runs to get more flux while we're looking for trophy materials. And then on top of that, we obviously, like I said, I'm not worried about the iron and the star metal and the orichalcum. That we can farm basically freely all day long. The problem we're gonna run into is honestly the weirdwood and the ironwood. So there's only a couple places. Like I know there's like a huge field of ironwood. I always forget where this place is at. I want to say, yeah, I think it's right up here. I think this is like full of ironwood. But this is where all the bots used to be, and this is where most people go and farm ironwood. Now there are a few other places to farm ironwood, but they're pretty scarce. Like there's 3 over here, or 4 over here. There is some. This is where I typically farm it while I'm doing my chest run, but there's some over here. So we can grab some here, and we'll definitely be grabbing some when we're on our iron route over here. There's other places that we can go and farm it. It's the weirdwood that's also going to be a problem. So we got to farm weirdwood and we got to farm ironwood, in bulk, right? So we got to figure out how much we need first, because we need to get to 200, and we need to do all first time crafts first. Once we get the first time crafts done, we don't need to worry about ironwood anymore. Let's just go through. We'll do some math, and then we'll try and do our best to bust that out. I think I have plenty of sandpaper to get this done. But we got 15. We don't need it here. You know, it's funny. So we have a ring, right? We have the ring account, blah blah blah. It's so funny how often we get these like random messages, right? Like, because when people send a message in the group, it goes to everybody in the group and it pops up for you and everything. Bro, people are weird. Their internet will go out, and then instead of calling the ISP, they send a message in the group saying, "Hey, did anybody else lose internet? And did they know how long it's gonna be out for?" I'm like, why don't you call your ISP and ask them instead of asking the ring people? Because the ring people are just your neighbors or other people that live nearby, right? Or when the power goes out, instead of calling their power company, they send a message on the ring alert. Like I just got another one just now. Shit, I don't remember what it said because I just closed it because it was so stupid. Oh, they're like, does anybody else hear these coyotes howling? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, who the fuck cares? If you hear coyotes howling, other people are gonna hear them too, unless you're fucking crazy. Arctic, I'm gonna be real with you, okay? I'll never bullshit you, but I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. If you're looking for something to do for a couple 100 hours for a short period of time, it 100% is, Edge. It's $60, right? So I'm gonna be 100% real with you. Unless you're super down bad for something to do for a couple 100 hours, maybe 500 hours or something max, depending on what you like to do in the game, I would not get this game, and this is why. Let me find it. This. Yeah, and playing mostly solo because there's like no players right now. So this is the 4th anniversary since the launch. PC Reflect, incredibly shaped, blah 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 blah. Ignore all this. Season 10 Nightfall update will serve as the final content release of New World on PC and consoles. So they're not getting any more content. That's sentence number 1. Sentence number 2. Much consideration, they've reached a decision. New World community support for years. Niners is available for free. New World players will also get Angry Earth for free. So basically, you pay the $60 for the game. You get all the content up to where it's currently at. Fuck. There's an ad. Arctic, are you in an ad? I had an ad right when I started talking about this. Oh, Critic. Sorry, I read your name completely wrong. Critic, are you in an ad? We'll wait for him to come out of that ad. Okay, so we got to start from the top. So we got 15 here. These don't have to be. These can be the lowest. So 15 on that one. I don't think we need much weird wood. So 15 here, so that's 30. Okay. I think the other ones are gonna require some maybe. It's coming. It's coming, Edge. I don't know when, but it's coming. All right, so another 13. So that's, we'll just call it 15. So that's 45. So it looks like we just need 45 weird wood. That's honestly doable. I think we might have enough for that right now. Yeah, I think we have enough. We just need the weird wood planks, which means we need the lumber. Okay, so let's go get this weird wood done, or this ironwood done. That's actually huge. We farmed a decent amount. Not a lot, but we farmed a good amount to be able to actually get this done. I'm actually happy about that. That's one thing off the checklist. Once we hit a certain level, though, we'll probably unlock the purple crafts, though. But yeah, Edge, I'm not saying I won't play Guild Wars 2. The problem is, I kind of have my heart set on playing Windcraft out of that after this. Got it? No, okay. Let me back over here. All right. So back to what we were talking about. Just I can explain. So I don't know what you heard or didn't hear, but basically, this update that just came out is the last update they're going to give us. No more content updates going forward. It's also free, so as long as you buy the $60 game, you get Angry Earth plus this for free. But it's still $60 freaking dollars. So if you don't already have the game, $60 is quite of a lot. And then here's the part that really made everybody quit. Is in the coming months we will be providing more details and expecting other essential information. Rest assured, our intention, keyword is intention, is to keep the servers operating through 2026, allowing the community time to continue their adventures in the world. Additionally, will be still be downloadable, blah blah blah. So decision to made new world adventure on playable journey. Keep grateful of mind, blah blah blah. So when we come down here, it's like, are you sunsetting the game? No, not at this time. While New World will not be receiving new content, the servers will remain up through 2026, and our focus has been completing the content, sharing it with the players. So this is the key takeaway right here. Is they're not sunsetting the game as of right now. But it also will receive no more content, and the intention is to leave the servers running through 2026. So, long story short, until another update is released, the generalistic rule of thumb is the game is going to be available for at least the next year with no extra updates. Now, no extra updates means nothing in the grand scheme of things because the majority of the content for this game is PvP. This is an MMORPG. Basically, you level up, you level up your professions, you craft best in slot gear and or run dungeons and raids. And then the overall premise of the game is you become part of guilds and factions because there's 3 different colored factions, and you take control over cities by doing wars against other factions that own control over it, and you fight for territory so you can own more territory in the game. Basically, that's the short of it. But that's the majority of the game is doing wars against other players and PvPing. But with literally like less than 4,000 people playing the game, there's not that much going on. Yeah, basically it's basically the same thing. It's just the combat is completely different. So in the short of it, critic, yeah, the game is not worth $60. Like I said, unless you're super down bad for a game. Like I said, you won't get your $60 out of it. Like you'll play for more than 60 hours. Just leveling your character up to max level and experiencing the dungeons, if you can find people to run dungeons, because there's very little people. Exploring the game, possibly doing your professions and stuff like that, just learning the game. You'll put more than 60 hours into the game. But is it really worth $60 when you know the game is supposedly going away? Now, my thoughts, right? Because they did state that, you know, in the coming months they provide more details, and they haven't yet. Right? This is season 10 release notes. These are just Dagger release notes as of November. So they put this out in October. So November's gone through, December's gone through, and we're now in January. So hoping sometime in January, February, we get another update. But they did state that they would give us a 6-month notice, quote unquote. Take that with a grain of salt before they shut down the servers. What up, mate? Welcome. Appreciate you stopping in. Hope you're doing well. But they are very notorious for just doing things just ad hoc, just boom, off rip. Oh, we want to do this, and they just do it with no information provided to the community. With it. Like they give us like an hour notice. So them saying they'd give us 6-month notice, I highly doubt. But supposedly they would give us a 6-month notice before they shut the servers down. So either A, they will give us a 6-month notice somewhere around July, August area and say, hey, we're shutting it down in January. Or B, they will leave it in maintenance mode and leave the game up indefinitely, basically, with no extra content. You know, skeleton crew, just play the game at your leisure, da-da-da-da. And if they do maintenance mode, I would say the game is worth buying because you can play the game at your leisure. You can still play the game. You don't have to worry about losing that game completely and that $60 just being gone. But at the end of the day, like with less and less people playing the game, it becomes less and less an MMO, more of a single player game, which locks you out of certain content. Kind of makes it less and less likely to want to play it. So in the grand scheme of things, like I said, if I'm being completely honest, I don't think it's worth purchasing as of right now. Like I said, unless you've played pretty much everything else and you truly need something to pass time. Like I said, I would personally recommend just going to Steam and scrolling through free-to-play games. You really need something to pass time. We played a bunch of free-to-play games over the last weekend, or last week. I don't know if you're a Minecraft fan, but we got into Windcraft last week, and that was super fun. We also played Eaterspire. It has very little content, but it was pretty chill. I didn't hate that either. But there's a lot of other free-to-play games that are just overall better. Like even $10 for Black Desert has way more content if you enjoy the grind. If you don't enjoy grind, not a very good game, obviously. If you enjoy living on the edge of your seat and, you know, not trusting anybody in the entire world, EVE Online is great. Also, if you like dying a lot and losing your stuff and starting over constantly, yeah, it's a great game. Lord of the Rings Online, if you like retro, kind of older school games that have been around for a long time, but it has a metric fuck ton of content, lore, story, and like achievements and like completions to do, this game is phenomenal. I love this game. I'm gonna go back to this game for sure. Lost Ark. You can play this pretty much fully solo. Graphics are great. Combat is solid, phenomenal. They have a lot of solo type dungeons and raids. They've converted almost every dungeon and raid into solo content now. So this is a great game to get into. Also free to play, with the caveat that if you swipe your credit card, you can progress faster. Obviously, Path of Exiles, if you're into like more ARPG styles, those like technically PoE 1's the only free one. I don't think PoE is free yet. I mean, Where and Wind Meets, supposedly absolutely phenomenal, also free to play. Like you have a lot more options that are, in my opinion, just better than just playing New World. New World's a great game, don't get me wrong. I love New World purely for its crafting purposes, its gathering and stuff like that. But knowing it's pretty much going to go away and or going into maintenance mode, hopefully it goes into maintenance mode, not just completely deleting. I would prefer that for multiple reasons, but uh, yeah, I wouldn't recommend spending $60 on a game that we're unsure of where it's going. I find it really sad to have to say that because it's a game I truly like. Um, it really upsets me. And to be the advocate for someone to not play this game really hurts my soul because I really do like this game. I hate it, but I love it. Like there's a lot of things about this game I absolutely despise, but there's a lot of things about this game that I absolutely love. And with less people on it, it's actually even more fun for a player like me that loves gathering resources, loves to craft things and level up professions and run around and gather like chests and materials and loot and stuff like that. Like I don't really focus too hard on PvP. I don't really like PvP. I don't really like running dungeons all that much and raids. I'm more of a, run around, do my own thing, gather my own shit, have fun, play it as an Iron Man. I will group up to do certain like item grinds and stuff like that, and material grinds and stuff. But it's mostly about just gathering my own junk, crafting my own junk, making my own stuff, progressing my character, and just having fun. And this game is perfect for that. The combat is a little wonk, but you kind of get used to it, or you just learn to deal with it. But at the end of the day, if you want something very similar to this, but has a much better combat, but with the added caveat that it is open world PvP, so you could get killed occasionally, which honestly doesn't happen all that often, at least to me. Even freaking Black Desert Online is just much better. But with the added caveat that that game has a much higher grind than this. But like I said, it really depends on what you're looking for, Critic. If you're still chilling, Critic, and I'm just not talking to myself, if you have anything specific you're looking for of why you're interested in trying New World, and I turned you off to New World, we can chat about other games if you want. You just got to give me some more criteria of what you're looking for in a game, so I can at least give you my thoughts on like what might suit your criteria a little bit better. Unless you're sold on New World. If you're sold on New World and you want to spend the $60 on it and you still want to try it, more power to you. I'll help you out best I can, give you the knowledge you need. And if you want to play on our server, if you're on the US, you're more than welcome to. I can help you out with, maybe running some dungeons here and there. Help you out with some grind routes. Just teach you some stuff. And if you have run into a problem where you need somebody to help you with something, I can help you out. It's up to you. Just let me know. I'm here. Oh, and if you haven't seen it already, we do have a Discord as well, and we do have a VODs channel. So if you ever want to go back and rewatch some of my gameplays of playing this game or other games that we have tried, that's the best place you can go and check them out. Or if you have any questions or concerns, you can always hit us up in the Discord as well. And if you're into idle games and you want an MMORPG idle game, we have Eidolon. Free to play unless you want to go free to play plus and buy the auto loot feature. Which I highly recommend. It's $5. It's basically the box price of the game. Super phenomenal game. Absolutely wild. But I'm doing pretty good, mate. I got a good 9 hours of sleep today. Here in 7 days tonight. All good, Dover. All good. Like I said, if you're hanging out, listening occasionally, just chiming in, just lurking, that's all I really like. Really ask from you guys. Just hang out and lurk. Like, you don't have to talk. I can talk enough for myself as long as I'm prompted every once in a while, or I run into something that like prompts me a rant. Like I could talk for hours by myself. Don't mind me on that. Almost a year streak. Let's go, mate. Yeah, I don't know what my streaming anniversary is. Like how many years I've been doing this since I've been affiliate. Because I mean I've been doing it before I was an affiliate, obviously, but we don't count that. Could be evil. Wait, what? I mean, I am kind of evil, but oh, I could totally do that. Well, it's funny. So I watched the stream on my laptop just so I can like monitor it on my other screen, just so I have like more chats and to make sure it's like not an ad or make sure it's like it's actually showing the correct screen and stuff like that. So I monitor it on my laptop, and so I open it on every stream, and I think that one is up to like a 400 and something streak. I don't even know how to check. Like, where do I check that at? I don't even know how to check it. Okay, I'm up to a 403 streak on my other account. Yeah, I just found it. Yeah. 403 streak. And also with my streaming schedule, you guys obviously know I only stream half of the week, right? So if we take that into consideration, we double that. That's how many days I've been streaming for, basically, right? Because I stream a day, I'm off, stream a day, I'm off, back and forth, right? So that's like 800 days of streaming. 800 days of streaming. That's almost 3 years. That's crazy. And mate, you're not far behind, man. You're not far behind. You have a 270. Was that like you're 130 streams behind? When I mean, and obviously, which is crazy because you didn't come in till like obviously a while after I started streaming, and you haven't missed a stream since. So it's like it's wild. Like, I appreciate it so much that like I can pretty much count that you will be here every time I stream. It does help that it's like right in your prime time of like relaxation and chilling on the couch and playing your games, so it kind of does play right into your hand, right? And it's after G streams and all the other Eidolon streamers are done, so it's like it gives you that opportunity to like show up every day. But I always appreciate it. Like I said, you're always here, you're always chilling, you're always lurking, you're having a great time. Edge as well. Like, I mean, Edge isn't here every day because he's got real life shit to do and he goes to sleep early sometimes, but hey, life's life. Edge is here even when he's not here. He's here in spirit. Yo, Edge, Topher wants to gift you a sound alert or an emote. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Edge. Like, back in the day, like, it wasn't so bad. Like, you were up later, right? But now you're not up as late, so it's a little harder. Alright, so we got 50 here. When you said we needed like 45 of these, right? And I don't think we can make 45. Oh, okay, we're close. We need like 11 more, and then we can move on to Orichalcum. We'll have to then figure out what we need after the Orichalcum. But we're almost done with this. So, all right, how about this? We're gonna do a quick iron route. Yeah, just go to the website Edge, Better TTV or 7TTV, whatever, and just give me the URL, whatever one you want, because I know you already did the ducky way back in the day. But what else does Edgy want? Edgy the fledgling. Edgy the fledgling. It's like, I'm out. This guy's fucking lost it. Violently offended. At least I didn't say edging the fledgling. I mean, I avoided that that wording a little bit, you know. I said edgy instead of edging, you know. We could go across for the few pieces of star metal, but I don't think it's worth the like 2 star metal for the amount of distance I have to travel. Now we'll go up here for the iron. Because we do have a bunch of orichalcum too, but I need a lot of orichalcum. Alright, we might need to respec really quick. Oh man. We have the potential for the 1-hits. Alright, so we have potential for skinning, so yeah, let's respec. We're gonna hit the... We'll have to respec again when we get back. For chopping. But also, what are you concerned about, Edge? What makes you like? I expected the offended part. You know, obviously it was a joke, but I like I expected you to be like, "Oh, I'm mildly offended." I expected that. I didn't expect the concerned part. Oh, also, where is? Okay, so I wonder why this is here when it's. What? I kind of fucked up. Hold on. Yeah, this is much easier because I can just hit the button and go. Saying those words. I have no idea. Just kind of. I was looking at the duck and I was thinking fledgling, and edgy just came out. And I'm like, fuck it, I'm just going with it. I'm just gonna go with it. You're telling me where my brain went. I'm just looking at the little fucking duck running at me in chat. I'm like, oh, look at the little ducky, and then I said edge, and the Y just got added onto it. Yeah, it just happened. Like I said, one of those things. Attacked on a Y. It was not intentional. It's not like I was like, all right, let's come up with a nickname for Edge. I'm like, all right, let's make it a cute nickname. You know, one that I'd call him on the streets, whispering sweet nothings into his ear. You know, like, it wasn't one of those things. It was just the duck. It just threw me off. I don't know. Cute little duck running at me in chat. That's a quarter nickname for work. Why is that? Wasn't intentional. Just kind of slipped out. But that's my weird inner brain just looking at a duck and then just combining duck with your name for some apparent reason. You know that time when you're trying to have a conversation with somebody and you're like looking at something and you say the wrong word because you're like looking at, say you're looking at iron ore and you're having a conversation with somebody and you say something about iron and they're like, what? What does that have to do? Oh wait, I meant to say this, but I was looking at that's literally what happened. I was looking at the damn duck and I wanted to say your name and I just added a Y. I don't know why. I'm not trying to rhyme. It happens to happen. Hey, Did you find a thingamajiggy that you wanted to claim after all that? Oh, 88, you won out. You're not wrong. Not wrong, Tover. I've officially lost my duo partner in MMORPGs. I've officially scared one of them away. Damn ADD brain. I mean, my wife's nickname is Woman. I mean, I'm pretty unique, you know. I mean, my dog's nickname is Poopy Pants. And my cat's nickname is Jake from State Farm. I mean, technically, I just named him Jake because I was watching the State Farm commercial and I just named him Jake. I mean, it's not really a nickname, it's actually a name, but it is what it is. I'm not very creative with names. As you can tell, when someone comes into my chat, I just, whatever comes to mind when I see their name is just what their name is. Like, one guy over in, chatting to me over on the VOD channel. I have no idea what their name is, but I just call them Ing. Because the beginning of their name is ING. Alright? Can't read the rest of it. Or Mate, for example. That's not even Mate's name. I have no idea what Mate's name is, but I stuck to it. And that was officially his nickname. I mean, yo, Edge, I can always just keep calling you Mommy. That was the original nickname. I prefer it. I prefer it. Trust me, when I said it, I'm like, that was weird. And then I said it like 10 more times, I'm like, yep, that's even weirder. Bro, blame the duck. All right, blame the duck. It's not my fault. Is this all the ironwood here? I think this is all the ironwood. It won't happen again, I promise. Maybe another nickname will come out, but not that one. That one was weird. Quack, quack, quack. All right. So we should be able to hit up a bunch more trees towards the end here too, and finish up our ironwood planks. You like, mate? To be honest, really? I honestly, I have no idea how to pronounce your name. It's wild how bad I am at pronouncing names. You know how many times I've looked at someone's name and like said the wrong name in real life, like Michelle and Michael? I can never get those two right. Like, I look at them and I'm like, I have no idea which one I'm looking at. And like I said, it's one of those, like, you know when you're like, you know those like studies where they like jumble up sentences, but people can still read the sentence because the way the mind recognizes the letter combinations of like the first couple letters and the last couple letters, you can kind of decipher what the word is. That's kind of how it is when I see a name. I kind of just see a couple letters together that I recognize, and I just, that is what it is. That's your name. Like, in my mind, that is your name. And then it's hard for me to change it. Whatever I initially see when I look at your name, it's typically what my brain sees going forward, and it's hard for me to change, like, what I call you. But anyway, Edge, did you find yourself a new emote? I mean, it doesn't have to be an emote. It can be sound alert as well. But the problem with the sound alerts is I'm out of free claims for channel points. So they have to go at the bottom in the about me area. That's where the most recent one had to go, because I don't have any more just channel point click claims. You have to go scroll down underneath the about me into the widget down there, and that's where you have to claim them. Not a big deal. It's just most people don't notice those ones. I'm sorry. I don't know how else to say it. I don't want to lose you as a friend. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. You're one of my few friends. Like, it's pretty pathetic to say it, but I don't really make friends outside of the internet. I didn't say edgy. I mean, I did say edging after, but I was saying at least I didn't use edging. I called you edgy. Edgeling. Oh, wait. You are right. Edgeling. Yeah. You're right. Sorry. I read that wrong and then I said it wrong. Yeah, you're right. I did say that. Okay. Totally. Yep. Totally with you. Yep. My bad. I had to remember what I said because I kind of PTSD wiped it out of my brain. No, it was edgy. It was edgy with like a Y, right? Not edgeling. I did call you a fledgling. I called you Edgy the Fledgling. Or the Fledgy, or whatever. You brought it back up! I blocked that shit out of my brain. I had to remember it. What did I just... I missed my jump. Failure in my face. Okay, I was gonna go somewhere and I just felt like it would have went to an even weirder place, so I'm not gonna say it. What we call edging. Sorry, I just had to. I couldn't not say it. Okay. Hump day. Guess what day it is? Come on, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? It's hump day! Just get to it, dude. That commercial got me every time. I don't know why. It's so dumb. But it always made me laugh, bro. I fucking love it. Oh, Dover, you had to. The one emote I was expecting someone to do and it didn't happen. I was like, all right, good. They didn't hit us with it. I had to right at the end. You got a new palette? Gave me Spelunk. That's since oh, mate, we did some progression yesterday. Let me tell you. We got teal. Yeah, baby. You heard me. You heard it here. We got teal summoning. We did 9 out of 12. We leveled the fuck out of that shit. And we pushed our endless summoning to a point where I was like, fuck it, I need to go to bed. I think we got like plus 30 on endless summoning and I had to stop because I had to go to bed. It was just taking too long. Oh god, I was there for fucking hours, bro. We also finished our salt lick. Completed that. We also finished one of our vials. I think it was Mousy Vial, I think we finished. We're currently I need to make a little effort onto it. But we're currently on rabbits, which we'll start working on that. We set up our traps for it, but we haven't touched it yet because we jumped on this. Oh yeah. I did post yeah. So what was crazy about that, mate, is I was literally only at 200 million PAL or whatever, or billion or whatever it was. I didn't quite, because you said I needed like 2 trill or 2.5 trill according to the thing. And I clicked him a couple times and I got like 5 or 6 hits and I was like, bro, he's almost dead. and I had like 4 more characters left. So I just spam clicked, and don't get me wrong, I almost failed. I got all the way down to my last character, and I finally got the last 2 hits on him, and I won. So it was a little luck. It was a little RNG, but I fucking got it, and I was like, insane. I also got over 1 billion haul on another run through. So I'm actually getting some pretty decent amber right now. That was before I actually did the endless summoning push, and I got a bunch of upgrades to POW increasements and amber increasements. And now we're on an ad, so yeah, sucks to suck. Oh, was it your question, Edge? Sorry. So I can like go back into the message and check it. Well, yeah, you did it with 2 trail, but I was just saying, like, I think you said it was like more like 6 trail, but you did it with like 2 trail. I did it with 200 bill, like 10 times less than you had. Which is wild. That's why I didn't expect to actually be able to do it. Send it to me? Oh, okay. Oh, sweet. What we got? It's perfect. It's fucking perfect. Oh, okay, okay. It's perfect, Edge. Oh, what the fuck? Alright, how do I do this again? Uh, I think it's added. I don't know if it's added or not. I don't remember how to add. It's been a hot minute. But is it added? Might have to refresh. That's exactly what I thought too. When you sent it to me, I was like, what did he just say? We need to look for some cops. We need to look for some DCHS. Damn, Tober, that's actually insane. You only need 1 left. That's wild. Yo, what is Dream Mist, Tober? Is that a new free game? Oh, I was asking, I wasn't more of a question, it was more of a statement that, you need to join us. You know, you need to be one of us in, Windcraft. I need to talk you into joining Windcraft with us. Oh, I was talking about your palette? Like the palette being, where your palette's at is pretty wild. I was saying congrats. Also, I was asking about the dread mist or whatever. I was curious on what that was. No. So, I mean, right and wrong. The game has been out for years. The Minecraft server that I was playing on the other day, it is an actual full-fledged server, right? That is its own. It's basically an MMORPG. It's kind of like Hypixel, but it's literally the server is just that. Are you talking about a Hytale? Hytale is the game that's coming out recently that looks like Minecraft, but it's not. But no, I'm talking about Windcraft. Windcraft is the one we were playing like over the weekend, before I had to work. And that's what I want to try and get you into. But yeah, we also want to try Hytale depending on its price. Hytale looks good. But after I'm done with New World, I'm gonna be playing Windcraft. So I was just saying earlier in the stream that I was like, you know what? I want to see if we can talk some more people into come playing with us. From the community, so we can all like, you know, kind of play together and hang out. Maybe do some dungeons and raids together and stuff. I don't know. I can show you mine, and if you want, mate. So I'm gonna show you what I've been doing the last 2 weeks. It's basically what you were telling me to do originally. And I've been getting some massive gains. Like I said, I've been taking heavy advantage of the overcharge from Amber. The Amber overcharge. I've been taking like an insane advantage of it, which is where I'm getting all the extra Amber gains from. Oh yeah, you are in Guild Wars 2 right now. Yeah, and I was saying that earlier too. It's like I'm down to play Guild Wars 2. I have so many other games I want to play right now. Going back to a game that's completely different than what I left it at, I'm not opposed to it. But also, like, I have so many other games I want to try. And knowing that Guild Wars 2's professions just aren't where I want professions to be in a game just makes it hard for me to go. Because, like I said, going into a game I've never played before, not knowing how the professions are, is different than going to a game where I've played before and I didn't like the professions. Like that's the hard part for me to pull the trigger on playing Guild Wars 2 right now. Is I want to play Guild Wars 2 with you, and I want to explore, and I want to do dungeons with you, and grow the gear and get stronger and like enjoy the game. But I kind of don't. I'm not looking forward to like that's all I'm gonna be able to do because there's no professions to do. There are mount grinds we can do. I could do, and like I can farm for cosmetics and things like that. But knowing that I'm not gonna want to sit there and grind materials and stuff for professions because it doesn't interest me. Like it cuts out like 60% of what I do in an MMO. That's the only problem I have with jumping into Guild Wars 2. Like the other 40%, I'm down for. Like I said, gaming with you, huge plus. Getting some dungeons and grinds in with you, huge plus. The game looks phenomenal. It plays well. It looks great. It has great potential. I just wish they put effort into the professions. I really do. That's if they, in my opinion, if they actually put work into the professions and made the professions overall viable across the board, where they're required almost, I think that game would be a contender with WoW. Because in my opinion, I like the graphics a lot more and I like the combat system a lot more than WoW. It's absolutely a phenomenal game. It's just I can't get past the fact that the one thing I love about MMOs I don't want to do. Here, mate, let me finish this run really quick and I'll pull up mine and I'll actually do a spelunking run because I haven't done one today. And I'll show you, like I said, I'll show you what I've been doing, like upgrades wise, and what like what I currently have and everything. Like it's gonna be bigger today unless I get kind of cucked on RNG, I think, than it has been because I got a bunch of extra amber gain from doing my endless summoning last night. I got a bunch of amber multipliers. But I've been using the optimizer on Toolbox, right? Like you were telling me to do originally. So what I do first is once I get, I get my daily intake and I get all of my do my one run a day, right? I've been doing more than one run a day because of the ballot. But getting my one run in with the multiplier from the amber. And then I take all that and I spin it on POW first. Or using the optimizer, and then whatever's left I put towards amber gain after that. I usually shoot for 10 as long as I have 10 over level, like 10 levels on overstam. I usually just go for it. But yeah, it's usually a once a day run, roughly. But I do have all of the upgrades for gym upgrades from the shop. I have the extra pouches or whatever those things are, so it's a little RNG on if I get a pouch or not. So those pouches really help. There's another thing I picked up. I don't remember what it was. I don't even know if I'm using it. From the shop, the Amber shop. I can't remember what it was called off the top of my head, but I thought it like gave more for the whole run as I get deeper. Oh, I don't think I have that one yet. Actually, never mind. Take that back. I think there's one like every time you clear a floor, it gives you more amber for each floor you've cleared all the way down. You're on 7 trail. That's pretty good. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm catching up now that I'm actually using the toolbox optimizer thing and I'm actually putting effort into doing spelunking right now. But I feel like I'm slowly catching up because I think yesterday I had like 500 bill. Like I said, I'm not sure. I will say I think on the phone it might be harder to do precise hits, being more efficient with your hammer swings as well. I do have a question for you, mate. When you are doing your floor clears and you're going for POW, or if you're going for amber, right? Do you like try to full clear the floors, like the lower tier floors, or sorry, the like higher floors, like like floors 1 through 10, you know, floors 1 through 15, or do you just try and get as low as you can as fast as you can? Because I used to try and clear the easy to clear floors, right? Now I will probably change this method back to that when I get this one unlock that I saw, where you get more amber gain per floor you clear. Um, I was I was doing that and then I stopped doing that, but now that I saw that upgrade, I might go back to doing it as well because it's pretty helpful. Increasing the amber gain per floor you go down is pretty insane. But yeah, I was just kind of curious. Do you like full clear the floors or like mostly clear the floors for like any of like the easy clears, or do you Okay, so you're clearing the early floors. So I stopped doing that, and it seemed to dramatically increase the amount of amber I was getting, and I'll show you why. Um, so one of the reasons is the further you get down into the floors, you get more amber, right? So that's number one. The deeper the floors you go, and the harder things that you're breaking, the things that take more power to break, the more like those ones give more amber for breaking them, right? So the deeper you go and the harder to break things you're breaking, you get more amber from them. But you also get those amber bags as you're pushing through the floors, getting deeper and deeper, which also lead to even more. So it's like a combo thing. So you build up those bags as you're going through the easy floors, and then you get to the deeper floors with those extra bags. And since the deeper floors give you more, plus you have the multiplier from the bags, kind of multiplies the bigger stuff by even bigger numbers, which is where I started getting my huge hauls from. And then, like Topher said, if you're full clearing the floors, or roughly full clearing the floors, you're using a bunch of stam early on lower tier floors that don't give as much uh, amber, instead of using your energy deeper for more amber. So amber per energy spent is better going deeper faster. But let me go back to the town, and like I said, I'll do a quick I'll do a quick run because I need to do one anyway. I'll just show you how I do mine. What do you mean carries over for the full run, Topher? Oh, are you talking about when you have more stamina, you could full clear a floor, and you could still push deep? That's where the big numbers come in. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But does the full clear carry over from like if I run one time and I in that run and I start over, does that percentage carry over to the next run? Because that's kind of what it sounds like. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, okay. So So we'll do a quick little run. Like I said, I haven't done mine today. So first thing is, like I said, I do all my PAL upgrades. So yeah, we're almost to 500 bill. We were at like, remember I said I had like 250 the other day, and then I did my stuff. But I put all my stuff into PAL first, which is usually these 7. And then whatever's left, I put into my Amber gain. So this is level 33. I get 66%, 63% bonus Amber per level. I leveled this up a bunch, not quite a lot, but some. And then I put 4 points into this, so it gives me, 28% more when I actually take. Sorry, no, I'm sorry. I read that one wrong. This is the one that takes. So it gives me 5% more when I take the rope. Pretty huge. Even only at 5%. This you want to definitely level. But I mean, other than that, I haven't really invested into any of this other stuff. I don't really understand these ones. So maybe someone can explain this one to me while we're here. What does this have to do with anything? Like, if I can one hit the thing, like if I have 10 times more, it does 2 times more damage to an object. What does it matter? I already have enough to break it. Like if the object, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's, if I already have enough to break it, why does it need to do more damage to it? I don't understand this one at all. Unless there's a thing that, like, when you overkill it, that you get more amber out of it, like that would make sense, but I don't understand. Anyway, so like I was saying before, from the gem shop, we bought all the POW upgrades that you told me to, the autos, right? And we bought all of 6 out of 8 of these. I should buy the rest of these to finish this up, but each bag gives a huge increase, right? Like, this is insane. All right, yeah, I was going to. I finally got the stuff for it. That's why I hadn't done it yet. I was actually saving for the next flail, if I'm being completely honest. Yesterday I saved my points from yesterday so I can get the next thing. Oh, I'm definitely trusting you. I'm gonna do it. I'm just saying, like, that's why I had so many points today. Is because I was saving for that because I wanted the bigger smacker. All right, hold on. Let me go back to what we were doing. Oh, I think I'm almost done with World 2 as well. Let me show you this really quick while we're here. So we got 2 point something million of these, and we still haven't finished off of these. So I have 700,000 of the anvil ones. And what's funny is I'm fighting Tysons. And I'm pretty sure Titans are supposed to organically drop the cauldrons. And the statues are out, or the anvils are outpacing it, which is crazy. Because I'm pretty sure these drop, yeah, cauldrons. So I'm going to have to actually go to Sandy Pots probably to finish off the books. Because the books are struggling. But we're trying to finish off the cauldrons right now. Anyway, so statues are almost done. All right, anyway. So what I was saying before is, like I said, I've leveled up all these. So my amber gain is at 5.35 mil amber gain. I don't know what yours is at, mate. But I put a lot of effort into those. You said I should buy this one, right? Oh, yeah, this is the green one, right? Switching it to green. I didn't realize that would give me more, if I'm being honest, but... I really want this. Double amber? Okay, that's actually wild. So you have more amber gain than me? Do you have 2.9 billion amber multiplier? I said I want to save for this flail. I really want this thing here. That's why I haven't done it. Anyway, so like this one, I guess my biggest haul is 1 green, 13 green, 76 green, 50, 500 green, 7.8k. And then this one, I don't know why this one does. Oh, I haven't done this one, I don't think. But this one went. Obviously, my numbers are all fucking skewed now that it's green, but. Anyway, so we're at 12 things. And like I said, I don't remember which one. I think I do this one. Yeah. So what I do in the beginning, obviously I use my I only have 4 of these. I should probably do one. I think I can unlock a 3rd one so I can have enough for potions for everybody. But anyway, because that would let me go a little bit further. I'll deal with it in a second. So I start off with the mace, just doing the 2x2s, and I just take the first thing I can take, right? Instantly, just if I hit it, I go, right? Sometimes I get cucked and I have to do all 4, which is fine. But I hit it and go, right? And like I said, on the phone, it's a little hard to be precise. And then when I get to these teddy bears, since I don't have enough, I switch it up. I go to the 3 hit because the teddy bears can be a problem. But with the wooden hammer, I always click at the top of the middle of the 3x3, right? Because it'll give me these right here. So it gives me the best that I can get. And then obviously I move over and do the other one. That's huge, it's huge. Alright. Obviously this being green and not blue, hard to really correlate the two, because I think this is like 1 green is like 1,000? Or is it 100,000? I don't remember. But anyway, yeah. So the goal here is to get down as low as we can go. Right. We're gonna have to be switching to the flail soon. Is green 100,000, Topher? Or is it 10,000? Alright. So we're gonna switch over to the flail. So this one's different. Hitting it. So I always go to the bottom of the middle one, because it hits all of them. So you go to the bottom with this one, and it hits even more. Can you look it up for me, Tover? I don't remember. Is it 1,000,000 blue? It could be. You could be right. Alright, this one kind of cucked us. But yeah, like I said, it's all about getting deep, right? It's 1,000? Okay. I couldn't remember. I don't think it's 1,000. Because that's saying that I only have 1,000,000 blue right now. I mean, it could be right. I just feel like 1,000,000's a little low. But you could be right. You definitely could be right. It just sounds wrong. Alright, here's where I start to struggle with my POW. Right, because I start to get resists. That's what I'm saying. I want to say it's 1,000,000 to 1 because that's what the game says. I think the wiki is also busted. I was looking at something yesterday, and it literally says this isn't the time for running scripts anymore or something like that as an answer. I'm like, huh? All right, this one's kind of cucking us. Like I said, this is basically how you get big hauls, right? Obviously, this is a bad floor for me because I'm now running into stuff that I can't break a lot. Like this. I don't think I have enough to break that. So, I need to find a rope to get out now. Give me a rope. Give me a rope. All right, there we go. So, yeah, I got 13,000 on one run. Like I said, that's how I've been making my big hauls. And then this haul now carries over because I've leveled this up. So I get 80% of all of my tunnel big hauls across the board, right? So every day, each tunnel will give me 80% of whatever my biggest haul is. So if you level this up, you get massive gains every single day for doing that. So what I do is every time I have like over 10 levels of amber, like I go through my biggest hauls basically, right? So now this is a big haul, right? So I need to do this floor, even if it's not much, just so I can get 80% of this haul every single day. This will be huge for me. And then I got to restart and I got to go back from the beginning to get my bigger hauls up again, right? Obviously, if I can get this discovery and this discovery, that'd be huge. Obviously, I'm missing this discovery as well, but I need more power for that. But we can now get this. I'm stoked. Now we got the big hammer. That's what I was shooting for. I'm not going to worry about using my amber properly right now. But I do want another slot. So this is something I want to get because now that I'm running like 6 people, I want an extra 2 potions. But yeah, that's pretty much it, man. That's how I've been doing it, and it's been working like a lot. Now we have a 500 bill without putting any more investment into it. But like I said, that's how I've been doing it. Like you saw how like my goal was to get as deep and as fast as possible. Not trying to clear. You indirectly get a lot as you're clearing as you get further down. You get a ton. So go for depth because there's the other one that gives you more per depth. 100% more amber, this multiplier for every depth of your best depth reached. So this gives me 300% amber. So if you do that across the board, your amber gain will go up as well. So best depth 31, 41, 49, 30, you know, you'll be able to get much deeper because you have roughly about the same amount of stuff, but you have more power, right? Okay, I was gonna say, like, I was talking about blue before, now I'm in green. So yeah. So you have bigger, you have a huge amount of amber. But I'm just saying, like, try to do my route, mate, because it should help you out more in the long run, getting deeper than full clearing the top ones. As I said, the full clearing is fine if you have that upgrade that gives you more amber gain for the floors, for each floor you've cleared. It's really good, but you don't have a lot of energy to coincide with that upgrade. Same with me. So I feel like in order to do that, you have to like juice out your energy quite a bit. All right. So what else? Okay, we're gonna run out of flux. Here's the big problem. We have a ton of this. We're gonna make a ton. We're gonna try and make as much as we can real quick. So we need to make charcoal. Let us whip int. Is this logging? Yeah, yes. So it makes sense that mine was showing bigger because I was in a different color. I still stick by the routine that I'm doing, mate. The fact that I don't know what your hauls are, but I still feel like mine, just getting like a 13,000 that I just got, for having only 200 or 500 bill now, how? It's still insane. Level 14, yeah, I think all of mine are like 10 or 12 or something like that as well. But like pushing them to like 50, like putting them on like the last map or whatever, and trying to push them to like, 40 or 50 spelunking level would be insane. They would have a ton of stam, and then that way you can get really, really, really deep runs on like the first like 5 or 6 floors, and you'd have enough stam for your new tunnels to actually spam the boss quite a lot to increase your chances of like clearing to the next caves and stuff like that. But at the same time, the problem with having that much stam is you can't rely upon the energy, the amber gain from the over amber. You can't rely upon that because you basically, it takes you days for them to recharge their stam at that point. So you like, it takes so long for the stam to regen. You basically go from running it once or twice a day to running it like once a week, which is fine. I think I would prefer that, so I don't have to worry about running spelunking every day. If I only had to do it once a week or every couple days or whatever, it'd be kind of nice because it takes one thing off of my daily plate, which is something I want to shoot for. But it also has the added benefit of, since you have so much more energy and you can go deeper and you can get bigger hauls and deeper runs, with all the extra stam you have, that your daily intake kind of takes over for you. You get the huge big amber hauls, which then correlate to really big daily increases without having to actually run it. You get daily income as well from your biggest hauls. But I think it averages out. It's a lot less tedious. It's a lot less management, and it allows you to grow and consistently increase spelunking without having to do spelunking. Because I think it's worth it. That's what I'm saying. I especially like for you, since you're playing on the phone and you only have a few hours to play every day, kind of. I would say like what, 3-4 hours roughly, maybe 5 or 6. I don't know. Depends on how long you actually play it off when you're not here. Limiting the stuff you have to focus on daily means that you have free time to focus on things that, otherwise you wouldn't be able to get to because you had other things to focus on. That's one thing that would be really good for you. So I think that would be worth it. I don't know if you have that that spelunking level unlocked because it's the furthest portal in World 7. I can't get there because I don't have enough kills per hour, but I'm working towards it. And then I'm just going to absolute mega juice my people in spelunking. I'm actually tempted to I need to figure out what does it, but increase my my scrolls that I obtain, because I think that's just spelunking efficiency, how many scrolls you get every time it goes through. But if I can increase the amount of scrolls I can get, I can like work on the vials, because I need a ton of scrolls for vials, and then there's a couple alchemy bubbles that require scrolls as well. So I want to work on those while working on my spelunking level. So I'd be okay with doing lower tier zones for leveling my spelunking just to get more scrolls. I just don't know what's the most efficient route to go. Like doing the higher tier one first to get a bunch of spelunking levels and then backtrack for scrolls after I have a higher spelunking level. I don't know which ones. I think that might be better. I just don't know the efficient way of getting more scrolls other than, like I said, I think there's the bubble that Tober's talking about. Because if I increase my scroll count per hour, and I could put like 9 people on it, roughly, because now that all my people aren't sitting there farming statues, I can put them on spelunking now to like mega juice their stam, so I can get deeper, faster, longer runs, which should increase our spelunking significantly. But I can also use those scrolls for alchemy and vials, which would be really nice. And then once the alchemy and vials are done, or at least to a point where I don't need them anymore, I can then use that stuff for actually upgrading the scrolls themselves for the lore, which would be even more for us. The one wood vial does it too. So I don't know which one this one is. Is it this one? So farming these mobs to juice this out. So this would be good for me. Getting this to, what is it, 1 million or whatever? So I can act, or is it 100 million? So I can actually not noble fan. Atom this. That would be huge for us. And then you said efficiency in general, obviously. And then you said there's a vial, the wood vial. This one. Oh, faster spelunking speed. Got you. The faster the speed, then I can get more scrolls per hour. Gotcha. Yeah, because it's what I was thinking about increasing, right? Finishing this off, which is a lot of scrolls, like a metric fuck ton of scrolls. But if I can get that done, that'd be huge. Then I could like dump the rest of these into, I think there's a vial that requires them. Not a vial, but yeah, this one requires those ones. I thought there was one that required that scroll. All right, maybe not. Okay, so I just need to get 1.2 bill of those scrolls so I can finish out the vial. It's not too terrible, I guess. Yeah, so I was saying the speed's huge because like I said, the faster I go through that spelunking cave means more XP per hour. More XP per hour means more efficiency. More efficiency obviously means, you know, a bunch of other increasements and stuff to doing it. And then the speed as going through it faster means more pages as well. So like I said, I agree with that assessment completely. Do these. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, that's huge too. I need to actually do tower defense for it. Anyway, so that's something we can do too. I haven't done a tower defense in a hot minute, but we can definitely do that. That's huge for us. All right, check Discord. Those monuments look crazy. Not almost 1 billion red. Yeah, and then taking the escape rope exit, almost 1.81 more amber. That's crazy. Yeah, that modifier on the taking the rope is wild. All right, now we just need to make charcoal. We can actually, so all of our chopping is done for the planks. Now we just need wood for charcoal, and then we should be pretty juiced from there. It takes 1 billion to level the rope. Oh my god, 1 billion red, right? Jeez. You know, Tover, some people have a problem with going deep, you know? It's biologic. Sometimes you can only go so deep because, you know, only so big. You only reach so far. People are limited genetically. This happens. Big numbers means big pee-pee. Small numbers means, you know, not big pee-pee. I love it when someone messages in the chat saying, "Hey, I need help with something." I DM them and I said, "Hey, what do you need help with?" And it's nothing. Response like, why even offer to help people if they're never gonna? Okay. I'm assuming that's at the top too, right? And to be clear, spelunking efficiency increases your chances of increases your
Would you like a cup of water? Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Your EXP gains, right? Because you get further up the tier list, like multi tiers. But does it also increase your pages, right? I'm trying to understand what the efficiency of spelunking does. Because from my understanding, like efficiency, like for fishing, I don't think it increases your fishing speed, but it definitely increases your chances to catch things, I think. Or at least it gives you more XP and more fish or something like that, right? Slayer Deed Accelerator? Is it that bad? Dig? Oh yeah, some of those, man, suck. Like, oh, kill this mob, and there's 5 of the mobs in the entire zone, and then like you said, like you can't even see shit in the zone because there's so much fucking forest around you. Like all other skills. Yeah, I never really paid too much attention to what efficiency does in any of the skills. I'm assuming it's just EXP gains and amount of resources or something like that. Okay. Oh yeah, Hydra. Gotcha. Good. Huge. Okay. I'm done. Right, let's make some charcoal. Okay. And then we are going to make even more charcoal. And ooh, I need to make some basic bitch planks. Ooh. Alright, well, we'll do that in a second. Okay, so we're gonna make 16 of these. It's not a lot, but it's something. Okay, so let's start over here. There's only 2 crafts I have to do over here, so we have this one. So let's switch to iron. And we have no fucking hide. Okay. Ugh! True. Yeah. So like the higher your efficiency, like fishing efficiency means more fish means more prints. Yeah, and the AFK gains also brings it up even further. Gotcha. I did have an actual random question. I've always struggled with this. I know printer sample size caps at 90%, but I'm curious on these. So printer sample size this, but then you have this printer sample size. Are these the same as like this? So all of that, like, is there, okay, so my question is, all of these add up to 90%, right? And once you're at 90%, you can't go above. Is there a way to get increase the prints? Like, it'll take 90% of whatever your AFK gains are. Obviously, increasing your AFK gains, increasing the amount you get per hour, blah, 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 will increase your prints indirectly. But is there any other way, like any other boosts in the game that will give you more sample size increase past that 90%? Like not on that stat, right? Because that stat's capped at 90%. But is there any other way to increase it? Like, I don't know how to explain what I'm trying to explain, right? I'm really struggling to convey what I'm trying to say here. Like, is there a buff in the game that increases the sample size that isn't the same as that 90% stat? I know it can't go past 90%, that stat specifically. The printer sample size, right? I know the printer sample size cannot go up, but is there another buff that is, I wouldn't say labeled similarly, but it's a different buff? I'm really struggling to convey what I'm trying to say. Because like the one on, because like I said, like the reason I say that is because like take this one, it's not worded the same. It just says sample size, right? So I'm assuming this also is part of the 90%, right? Let me see if I can find what I'm looking for. Um, obviously, yeah, skilling efficiency obviously helps, right? We know this. So anything we can do for skilling efficiency gives us more resources. More resources mean more prints. AFK gains, same thing. The more AFK gains we have, the more that the 90% scales off of. Skilling EXP, kind of weird, but I mean, if you level up, you know, the more level, because doesn't more levels also give you more like efficiency, right? So I'm pretty sure like leveling them up higher means more efficiency as well. Um, because I know, so I know this stat is different, right? These ones, right? It multiplies whatever your prints are by a multiplier, right? This is similar to what I'm talking about, but I'm wondering if there's other things that increase your prints past what they're printed as, right? That give you, you know what I'm saying? Other than that 90%, like that 90% is a completely side table, different thing. I know that that's locked, can't go above 90%, but is there other things that make your prints bigger, right? Other than the obvious of efficiency, more resources, AFK gains, you know, those types of things. Other than the basic character stats, is there any other buff? Like, I think that's the best way I can explain what I'm trying to explain. Like, because this is just mining power and efficiency, right? This is just mining speed. Obviously, speed gives us more resources per hour. AFK and capacity. I don't know what capacity is going to do for us, but the AFK gains, obviously, EXP for higher levels. Prowess, which means we need less efficiency to hit more multi-tiers. Multi-ore chance, capped at 600% from the hole. Get that. Hardy Diggy. Health source for Hardy Diggy. Okay, so health sources. This is for mining specifically. Yeah, I'm just curious if there's other stats, right? These are just all stat percent, which gives you more strength, which gives you more stuff or whatever. Yeah, like so this is 3 times prints, right? When it's linked. When all characters are like 2 times prints, right? When they're in the lab. And then this one grows the prints. Okay, so here's another one. So the orb count. The orb count is completely separate. It just gives you more printer output per 10 kills done in the orb. I'm assuming it's like biggest orb or something like that. I don't remember this one. I'm trying to understand if there's a way to grow my prints, like what stats I can do to grow my prints other than the traditional AFK gains, efficiency, mining, you know, other than these. Other than like power, efficiency, right? Speed, AFK gains, right? Obviously levels kind of goes in with that, right? Obviously prowess and multi-ore, like I understand these ones. But I'm looking for more of these, right? Sample size bonuses, samples sample outputs. This is what I was looking for. So like bigger printer output per 10 kills, or power of 10 kills done on the orb, right? So 1,000,000 orb kills, 10,000,000 orb kills, 100,000,000 orb kills. This will give you more printer output from the skill. 1% printer for each skill with a total family level of 750. I didn't know about that one. The sneaking thing gives us even more printer output. I don't know if I have that one or not. But these are the ones that are the sample size itself. So this is what all adds up to 90%. This is its 90% one. Once you're at 90%, you're at 90%, right? So we don't need to worry about this one that much. Because this one's already explained, right? You can get so many different sources of this to get to 90%. Once you're at 90%, you're done. Right? Because that's all this one is. Yeah, I was just curious. Like, this is what I was looking for. Is this stuff. Because the problem is this is only showing the one relic, right? It's not showing this one. Oh, this is the orb multi, I think. I don't know what this one is. This is the whole multi. This is the multi from Windwalker. And I don't know what this one is either. Oh, this is the Whalmer, right? That's what I'm talking about, Topher, this whole time. What will increase my prints? Like, what more can I invest into to increase my prints past what they are? Like, other than just getting a bigger print, right? Like, the bigger print is simple. It's the 90% plus AFK gains, you know, skill efficiency and skill speed, right? Those are the main things to get the bigger print. But how do I grow my print from there, right? Other than these 5 things here, is there anything more? That's what I was asking. Obviously, hair and wired, right? This is what I was looking for. I thought there might be more things that would grow my print further, other than obviously being connected to hair, being in lab, so Arctis and hair combo, right? So 6 times prints. And I knew there was things like this, like the relic, and a few of the other things that I just showed you in the printer itself. Those ones are pretty straightforward. They are what they are, right? I forgot about this one, but it is on that sheet as well. I didn't know about this one, and I didn't know about that. I mean, I might have this one, I might not have this one. I just wasn't sure if there was anything else I can invest into. I didn't know if there was like a bubble that would do the same thing that these do, or a stamp, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, I wasn't sure if there was anything like that that I could invest into to get us a little bit more, you know. So if I had 1,000,000 print and I wanted my 1,000,000 print to be bigger, what would I invest into other than obviously getting a bigger print? Like, getting a 2,000,000 print obviously is no brainer, right? Like, investing more into mining speed, or more HP, or more mining efficiency, or more AFK gains, or whatever, like that means bigger print, yes. But once my print is my print, how do I make it bigger? That's what I was getting at. Like I said, it was really hard for me to try to convey what I was looking for. No, my dear. You asshole. Get away. Scaring everything off. Did I kill that? Oh, I'm not dex spec, I forgot. Oh, yeah, that's the event one, right? From the little tokens from the event. The little wire looking one. Okay, yeah, I remember that now. That's it. Okay, that's what I was curious on. Because I was gonna spend some time like investing resources or whatever into something that would grow my prints further. But if you're saying that that's all of them, then I don't need to. Like I said, I thought there might be like a stamp or a bubble or maybe even a vial or some upgrade somewhere that would be able to grow my prints bigger than what they print at. Like I said, I understand the 90% is the 90%. I understand AFK gains, scales the amount of per hour on the AFK screen. Obviously, same thing with, you know, speed, skilling speed or whatever, and efficiency. All of that scales in. Obviously, prowess gives us more multi-tiers as well, but prowess has like a cap somewhere. Uh, Give me just a second, guys. Voice calling. All right, I'm back. She needed a blankie, and I needed to take the cat out of her room because he's being annoying as shit. To go to, honestly, I talk really loud, especially with my headset on. Um, I wouldn't put it past her to call me one day and be like, "Stop screaming about going deep in somebody," or something stupid or whatever I'm screaming at the moment. I wouldn't put it past her. All right, so we almost have this. I do need to cut some basic trees on the way back as well, because I need basic wood. for things that don't require weird wood. And then we should be able to make some pretty good progress on the engineering with a couple of one-time crafts that we can do. Obviously, I need a lot more trees for charcoal as well, because I need to make some more orichalcum. I only made like 15. I need a lot more than that, because just the tools alone, I want to say, are like 60, roughly. Not, it's actually probably less than that, but I mean, I'm guessing. And then I have the gun. And I think the hatchet. I don't know if there's anything else that we need after that. A decent amount of leather to get us rolling. I'd like to get a couple hundred wood so I can get some like regular ass timber. Alright, so if I can get a reminder from you guys in a little while, like 4 o'clock, you know, to do our Eidolon stuff. When we switch to Eidolon, I need to remember, obviously we're going to do our Omniprox and stuff. I would like to do a warship run of World 7. I've never done World 7, but I'd like to, so I can unlock the vial. At bare minimum, unlock the vial and get it to like level 4 or something. Level it up a handful of times. But I need those resources as well to make some crafts. I think there's some crafts that require that that resource as well. So if you guys could remind me, I'd like to try to get that done. And also if anybody has like a written guide or even a YouTube video that I can like look at an image for like a setup for the zone, that'd be helpful. If not, you know, we can wing it. It's not a big deal. Probably gonna be the same old, same old. Get a bunch of Krakens, a couple Poisonics, and then put in a bunch of party starters. And like, what, 1 or 2 little lightning dudes to give us crit chance, and then we're off to the races. I think it's pretty basic. Every freaking map is like the same way. It's just where you place them really is what matters. There's that. Hey. Yeah, if I can get a reminder, because I will forget, that'd be helpful. Alrighty, let's get some craft season. Yeah, it takes a lot of trial and error to make a guide. That's why it's like there's probably one out already, but like I don't need something super detailed. I just need something super generic, bare bones, you know? Just to get a. All right, this is what they kind of recommend. This is what they kind of do. You know what I mean? Like just something super simple. All right, we got the spear done. Now we need the hatchet. I think that's everything. Engineering from here. See what else we can get done. Hi, let's go. Nah, it's all good. If you forget, you forget. If I forget, I forget. I was just throwing it out there that if someone did remind me, we could get it done, you know? Not a big deal. Alright, so there's the bowcraft. Oops. We're getting absolutely roasted here. EXP wise, like these are not giving nearly as much as I was hoping for. 48,000 is a lot, but it's really not that much. It's barely moving the needle. We got like 1 or 2 levels so far. Like this is not gonna level us. Like this one here, we need to do 2 of these just to get to 170. Oh, and then the next two might give us to 180. Ugh. All right, this is Ori, and I think this is the only one we can make. All right, and I think that's all the weird ones we needed. So we're good there. Still 35 ironwood to work with, which we don't need. So now we just need to scrap everything, which we did. All right, so now we just need to go and make a bunch of charcoal so we can make a bunch of ore. So we got 10, 20 plus 30, so that's 50 ori. That's it. That puts it to 170. Serious question, when do we learn the next stage of stuff? 87, 89, 90. That's rough. We gotta get to 87. So it looks like we gotta get to, that'll put us to 70, 71. Because we got like these one-time traps, but they just don't give us any X. Like, not worth it. Oh, goodness. We got, yeah, 87 or 86, so 93, 96, 98. Yeah, so we're ways off. So we're gonna have to like spam craft something. It's gonna have to be something super low tier. I don't use a lot of flux and stuff. All right, let's go get some wood. Oh man, write this all into charcoal. And I said we needed 50. We need a little less than 50, actually, because we're gonna get ori tools, right? Yeah, we're gonna make the workout tools, so we're gonna keep them. Okay. Not going to use high tier resources on them, but we're gonna at least keep them. I'll use slightly higher materials, like rare drops stuff. But I'm not going to use ironwood on. I'm going to need that ironwood for the next tier wood planks going forward, so we're gonna hold on to those as best we can. But ori tools should help out quite a lot. I'm hoping we can get yield on them. I might go and farm yield upgrades. It's exp is nice and all, and I'd like exp to get us into the like proficiencies, but I think we need yield. It is what it is, man. I ain't gonna knock it. Like I said, I've never tried it myself. Obviously growing up it was never legal, but I knew a lot of people back in the day that always did it. Some people were just like straight up potheads. They just did it to do it. They were like addicted to it, and then there's other people that just did it recreationally, like occasionally with their friends or whatever, at like, you know, parties or concerts or whatever, you know, like that kind of stuff. And there's other people that did it very occasionally solo by themselves, like, you know, like self-medicating to like, you know, relax, you know, de-stress for headaches, stuff like that. Like, obviously, like, there's people that did that too. Like, so everybody has their own reason for doing it. I don't hate on people for it. If I'm being completely honest, I would rather somebody smoke weed than drink alcohol, smoke cigarettes, you know, do harder drugs, right? Because like at the end of the day, the only thing that weed really does is it does make you a little goofy sometimes. Like, you find things a lot more funny, right? It lowers that. I feel like it lowers your threshold of what you find funny quite a bit. It's like almost being really, really tired when you get the giggles when you're tired, right? Everything when you're tired, everything is funny, right? Kind of like that. And obviously there's some side effects of like being drowsy, cotton mouth, you know, being hungry, stuff like that. But I mean, none of that is like being drunk, right? I've never seen somebody high and like be staggering all over the place, falling down on themselves, throwing up everywhere, pissing themselves, right? Like, drunk people do all that stuff. Like unless you're having like a really bad reaction to like the weed, right? You're not gonna be sitting there scratching your skin off, picking your nails off, biting yourself, bleeding all over the place because you're like freaking out on like whatever you're high on. Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's over. I would so much rather deal with a fucking high person, not high on like anything, but high on weed specifically. Yeah. Specifically high on weed. Then I would want to deal with anybody on high on anything else or drunk. Drunk people are so fucking obnoxious. They're loud. They're obnoxious. They don't care about anything. Their inhibitions are down. They say or do anything that's on their mind. They can't control themselves. Like they can barely even fucking stand. Like I can't stand drunk people. So when someone says, "Oh yeah, I'm a little high," I'm like, "All right, sweet." You know, smoked a little weed. All right, cool. You know, I don't really give a shit. Rather you be a chill motherfucker than some uptight piece of shit. And like I honestly think weed should be legal with limitations, right? Just like anything else that's legal, right? You know, legal prescriptions, legal, you know, cigarettes or alcohol and things like that. Anything that people are regularly consuming should be monitored in some way, shape, or form, have some sort of limitations on it, so not anybody and everybody can do it. Or like, you know, should be some standards across the board of like how it's created, what goes into it, blah blah blah. Like there needs to be some sort of limitations. There needs to be some sort of like thing. Oh my god. So I actually heard about this new thing, Tover. I don't know how real it is. I haven't looked it up myself, but I heard supposedly as of January 1st, there is a new government program that got introduced that legally allows people to go in and apply to request 20 days of paid leave every year from your employee or from your employer. So you can have 20 weeks of straight time off while being paid by the government for not working. And the caveat is it's designed, 20 weeks off for being paid. No, 20 weeks. Weeks! And the only caveat is it's specifically was created and or designed for people to take care of like sick family members. You know, people that have like bad car accidents or big surgeries or, you know, cancers, stuff like that. That's what it's meant for. But everybody's using it for anything. And it's being accepted. It is. It's wild. And then on top of that, you have your personal time, you have your vacation time at work, stuff like that. And here's the catch, Topher. Your employer cannot fire you for taking it. Wild. Wild. Yeah. Okay, so Topher. I don't know if it's worldwide, right? But according to Google AI, it's specifically in Minnesota right now. Offering up to 20 weeks of combined paid time off per year. Specifically for medical and family reasons, keyword, it's very vague, right? With partial wages, replacement, job protection, funding via payroll, premiums, blah, 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 blah. It's wild, bro. Absolutely wild. That's wild, is it not? Bro. So the wife's mom was telling us about it at breakfast, and I was like, wait, what? That's fucking crazy. There's no way that's gonna stand for very long, because that's too much time off, right? While being paid by a taxpayer's dime. Absolutely wild, right? Um, but supposedly she has a coach, right, that she knows. She just had a kid, right, in October or whatever. And she's a teacher. This lady, right? This lady's a teacher. So she had a kid around October, and she had her maternity leave or whatever, right? And it was up like in the middle of December, but they had time off for school around that time period, so she hadn't gone to school yet. She applied for this for January 1st to take care of her kid that she just had, right? And since it got approved, she canceled the daycare that she had lined up for the kid, and now she's just going to stay home for 20 weeks with her kid, right? And then her mom is retiring later in the year. So when her 20 weeks is up, she's going to go back to school around April, whatever, work for like another 6 weeks for till the end of school, and then she's going to have the summer off, right? But her mom's going to be taking care of the kid instead of daycare at that period going forward. And her mom's also going to take 20 weeks of paid time off before retiring. And then that'll lead them towards like, the end of the year. Like they're in like, what, fucking November at that point? October, November. And at that point, she's just going to reapply in January. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me right now? I mean, in all honesty, Topher, it doesn't matter where you live. Corruption is corruption. Scams are scam. Stealing of money is wrong no matter how we look at it. So the way I look at it is it doesn't matter where I live. It matters that there are always people out there doing this, no matter where they live, no matter where they're from, no matter what their race, religion, culture, or whatever. People are scumbags. And they're going to look for any way that they can game the system. And if they could find a loophole or some sort of foothold in some way to scam or to cheat the system, they're going to. Any way that they can get a leg up to make money, they're going to do it. Any way that they can make money without having to put effort in, they're going to do it. And at the end of the day, it boils down to, these programs are in place for a reason and they have great potential. But what it really boils down to is there's not enough checks and balances, right? They put these laws, they put these programs in place for specific reasons, but they don't do follow-ups. Does that make sense? They're like, hey, oh, you applied for this? All right, granted. And then they don't follow up. They don't require much burden of proof, if any. Like, most of the burden of proof that they require is forgeable, is scammable, it's, you can lie about it, right? They don't have the manpower and the extra funds to hire people to verify the information, right? To go and spot check things and to go and, verify that they are being used properly, and they don't dig deep enough. So I feel like if there's a program, right, that's supposed to give money to companies that for daycares, for example. I don't know much about the whole scams or anything. I'm just going to use daycares, for example. If you are a daycare center, right, and you apply for this grant to subsidize your income or whatever to help pay for things while you're, doing stuff for children, there should be somebody that shows up at random, no warning. They show up whenever they want. They can show up 1 week after the first visit. They can show up the very next day. They can show up 6 months. They can show up whenever they want, check you as often as they want. Make sure that you have people there. Everything's cleanly, everything's up to standards, everything's above board. Show you the books, verify everything, make sure everything is verifiable. They go and do, so let's say they have a $10 million budget. They give $1 million to a place. They don't give all of it away. Say they have $10 million to spend. They should only be able to give away maybe 3/4 of it, and the other quarter should be used to pay employees to make sure that these people aren't scamming. That's how it should be, right? It shouldn't be, here's $10 million, go and spend it how you want. Just give it away, and then don't use any money to verify any of the information. Like, that's where I think a lot of this is where the problem is, right? Is they don't have people to put people in check, right? Does that make sense? We got efficiency. That's pretty good. But I don't really care about efficiency. I mean, I care, but I don't. I want... And actually, efficiency is worth it. We can put efficiency. I don't remember where we got this one. Efficiency is fine. I really need yield, and EXP would be good. But let's craft this. That's what I'm saying. It shouldn't be planned. They shouldn't have to pre-warn you or anything. It literally... You applied for this, you are going to get inspected as much as they want, whenever they want. They can show up 50 times in a row. They can show up once. They can show up 0 times. It should just be pure luck of the hat pull, right? Like, you shouldn't have any say in it. Like, you shouldn't even know what's going to happen. Oh, I messed up. I needed to put higher tier stuff. So, yeah, so this, and we'll use this. Yeah, so. All right, and then we'll do, so we got efficiency, luck, EXP. Luck's not bad. We're just gonna go with efficiency though. Wait, do we not have? Oh, okay, because it's on. Pickaxe, huge. As I'm saying, that should be one thing. And like I said, instead of giving away all the money that's in your budget to people that are applying for it, some of it needs to be set aside to pay wages for the year for people doing investigations and verifying that the people that are obtaining money are obtaining it legitimately, right? So if you apply for it for a daycare and you don't even have kids showing, like you're showing on paper that you have people showing up, but you have no kids actually showing up I come and show up for an inspection and there's no kids, right? Instantly pull the funding, right? Unless there's like a reasoning, like they're doing construction or, you know what I mean? If there's an actual legit reason why there's no kids there, right? But there should also be checks and balances on that. If you have, X amount of days, you only have X amount of no kid days, right? Of the year. If you breach that amount of time, then you lose your funding again. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like there needs to be a longer list of checks and balances. And there needs to be actual accountability going into it where you can't just say you're doing something without proof. You know what I'm saying? Like, there needs to be follow-up proof. It's the old saying, trust but verify. We aren't verifying is the problem. We're just trusting them at their word that they're doing and saying whatever it is, that they're saying. That they're literally being upstanding citizens. We're trusting without verification, and that's the problem. I'm not saying everybody's a liar, but anybody can do it. Anybody can lie, anybody can cheat, anybody can steal. And like I said, if they think they can get away with it, they're gonna do it. Not everybody's a piece of shit, but there's a lot of them. And at the same time, it's not a huge percentage. It's like 5 to 10% of the population is a piece of shit. But it's the same old saying that I always talk about is it only takes a couple people, right, to ruin it for everybody else. And you don't notice the people that are doing the right thing. You only notice people that are doing the wrong thing because they stand out, right? They're the ones that are causing the problem for everybody. So if they stand out, they're the problem. So it ruins it for the other 99% of the population because they're making it look bad. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Maze. Like, I saw a few little clips, tidbits here and there that I guess a YouTuber showed up. there was no kids, there was no staff. They were asked to leave and they weren't allowed to be there and stuff. And then supposedly like another person showed up, and a bus full of kids just randomly pulled up while they were there and be like, look, we have tons of kids here. But the caveat to that is supposedly they had their license revoked like a week before that, so they weren't even allowed to operate with kids because they didn't have their kids license anymore because it got pulled the week before. And then they pull up with a bus full of kids and they're like, hey, look, we got lots of kids. Like, but you don't even have a license to operate as a daycare center, but now you have kids showing up. It's like one of those what the fucks. That's the information that I was told. Like I said, I don't know how true it is. I don't look into this stuff because I don't care enough. But I'm just like, bro, that's wild. It's just wild. You think it's okay to like do that? People are crazy, man. And that's what I'm saying. That's the scam. Like they put on pieces of paper of like, hey, these are the kids that we have on a daily basis. It's how many people we have. Pay us, blah blah blah, and they pay. But there's no proof. There's nobody like staking out the place. There's nobody like going undercover and going inside and signing up for it or whatever. Also, wasn't it true that the place was called Luring? There was no N. Like they even spelled the building incorrectly. It was Luring Center. And then supposedly, yeah, it was a Luring Center. And then they fixed it after like they got called out on it. I thought that was hilarious. The Luring Center. Alright, so we have completed all of our first time crafts. Now we need to spam bad crafts. To level up the next unlock, right? So if we look at engineering, our next unlocks are at 180. So we unlock some green hatchets, spears and stuff. So we need to get to 180. So we have 26,000 for 72. And then we got 8 more levels after that. This is where shit gets tedious. These hours are all jacked up. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know the whole ins and outs. I don't really care all that much about it. I'm just saying, like, at the end of the day, it boils down to you have a program that gives free money to people when they apply for it with quote unquote burden of proof, right? Piece of paper that says what their information is, right? Says, oh, this is how many people we have, these are their names, this is how many days a week that they show up, blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, you meet the burden of proof, here's money. You get the grant to subsidize, your income. But then they don't follow up, right? And what I mean by follow up isn't like having other conversations, isn't having them reapply and giving us more information. I mean, legitimately showing up at random to their place of establishment to verify the information that they provide is correct. And not just once. Because all they have to do is fake it for X amount of time until someone does investigate. They show up, they prove it, and then they disband everybody. And like, it's like, okay, cool, we're good. Thanks for the help, guys. And then they just like go the rest of the year. And then when they reapply, they do it all over again. That's not what I mean. I mean, these motherfuckers should show up so sporadically. Like if they're let's say they're investigating this place down the road, and then they're just like, oh, let's go stop by this place, even though we were there yesterday, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they should just be like, hey, I'm going to lunch near one of these places. Let's swing by for no apparent reason. Right? Like that's what it should be. It should just be super spur of the moment. Ever they're around or inside the area, or they haven't been there for a couple weeks or a month, or if they're just getting an inkling to go and check them out, like what I'm saying, like it's just whatever. Like I said, pay these people to just sporadically harass these people to make sure they're on on the ball and doing what they're asked to being done. Like that's what it should be. All right. So now we have to just straight up craft shit. Now we're not gonna craft bows because bows can suck it. Now we could craft T1 bows, right? Because they're 400 each, and T1s aren't bad to make. I think T2s might be better. I'm just gonna see if it takes. Yeah, it takes sandpaper, so we're gonna avoid that. So we're gonna stick to T1 crafts. So our goal here is I kind of want to just do bows because they're at the top of the list, and wood, like T1 wood is like super easy to obtain, but they take leather, and I don't really want to have to leather farm. So I'm thinking we might do muskets purely because wood. I mean, I still need to do leather, but at least I don't have to farm cloth. So leather, 2 leather, 3 wood, like those are really easy, and then it's like mostly iron. Running iron routes is pretty simple. So I think we might just craft these. That's 26,000. That gives us our 1 level. We scrap all this. And then we go back and do some more runs, right? Another 5,000 from those. Boom. And that puts us at 72. I mean, basically 90k to do this. All right, so how many we have to craft for 90,000? So we need 90k, and we got 442 each, 204 crafts. So that's times 3, like 205. That's what, 615, and 410 leather. So let's go work on the leather. 410 leather, and then a bunch of young wood. That is what we're gonna do. That'll give us one more. This is the tedious part about leveling up anything, is you have to spend the time to grind the dog shit. I mean, you can do higher tier resources as well, and you get more XP per craft. But I also feel like more XP per craft doesn't equate to more XP per hour. It takes you a lot longer to grind those resources, because then you have to go and grind them out later again after you use them all for the higher tier crafts, the first time crafts. I'd rather save those and just farm tier 1 materials and not have to use all the flux and refinement agents. But it's a lot more crafts. Like I said, 205 crafts roughly, which means, you know, 410 freaking leather, which is going to take a little bit. I think I can get a little bit over 100 per loop, and then I could probably get like 100 or something wood per like small loop as well. So it's like gonna take me like 6 loops to finish both of those, and then I have the iron for now, but iron route takes me about 20 minutes to run, so that might take a little longer than I would like, but this is what it is. Like, we'll get it done. That'll put us to 73, I think. Yeah, that'll put us at 73. And then we got to work on 74 all the way to 80, and then we do the first time crafts at 80, pushing for I think 86 is the next tier of stuff. So the first time crafts will probably put us to like 81 or 82, and then we have to do this all over again to push to 86. It's a fucking long tedious process to hit 205, or yeah, 205 just for the tools that we're shooting for. 250 is even more of a pain in the ass. But that'll be engineering done, and I'll never have to touch engineering again. We'll have good tools going forward for hopefully yield and resource gathering speeds. It'll be huge for us. And then hopefully with the increased yields, speeds, we should be able to push the other professions much faster. That's why we want to do engineering first. Oh, I really hope they put this game into maintenance mode instead of killing it. Because here's my look at it. It's like, there is so much YouTube content for this game that if they kill this game completely outright, all that YouTube content is useless. Like, yeah, people can watch it if they want, but why watch something from a game that doesn't exist, right? When a game gets completely removed and there's no longer like playable, even if you like could play, like if there's no servers to play on, like, you know what I mean, like you can't play the game. can't play the game, then what's the point of looking at the content? You know what I mean? So I feel like if at least if they kept it in maintenance mode, the YouTube content would all still be viable. The content that people has made over the years, um, and it would allow for people to still want to like buy the game. You know? Yeah, it's in maintenance mode, but fuck it. If the game is fun, the game is fun. Okay? So I really hope they put it into maintenance mode instead of just sunsetting it completely, because that's just a fucking waste. You know what would be a really cool business model? I don't know how viable it would be and how much political bullshit would go into it, but you know the idea behind like the Killing Games initiative? I don't know much about it other than they want to prevent game companies from sunsetting games basically. If you buy a game that you want to, they don't want it to go away so you can never play it again. That's my gist of what I understand about it. I wish that there was a company that anytime a company wanted to sunset a game or put it into maintenance mode, so they don't have to worry about like operating costs, or if they don't want to deal with the game anymore, that there was a company that basically these companies would give it to them, right? With the caveat of like, hey, any currency you make from you can't change the game. You just run the game as it is. You run the servers, you host the servers, you deal with the maintenance of the servers, blah blah blah. You know what I mean? You deal with that, and any money you make, we get a portion. Now, there's not much initiative, like incentive for those companies to do that, right? Because how are they going to make money? You're going to make money off people randomly purchasing a game that's in maintenance mode. Like there has to be some sort of enticement for them. But that's what I was saying. It's like I don't know how it would really like operate, but I think it would be cool because like that way these games would have a place to go, like a platform, like a Steam library for all these like maintenance moded games. So if a company didn't want to deal with a game anymore, like let's say instead of sunsetting this game, like they wanted to sunset the game, but instead of that, they're like, here, we'll give it to this company to run it in maintenance mode instead. The game still stays intact, everything stays, in operations and stuff like that. And we don't lose the game, but that company that doesn't want to deal with it anymore doesn't have to. I feel like that would be cool. But the company shouldn't have to purchase the rights for the game. The rights should just be handed over with like a caveat that like, if you change the game, from what we had, originally given it to you and stated that you have to like pay something, right? Or you have to give us a percentage of the income you make from the game or something. I don't know. I don't know how it would work. Like I said, I think it would be interesting. At the end of the day, don't know how it would truly work, but I think it would be interesting. Right, let's go chop some trees. We almost got all the wood, or all the not almost. Got about a little over a fourth of the hide we need. Yeah, that's what I'm saying too, Dig, is like I feel like maintenance mode is the way to go. It's all like no matter what game it is, no matter how dead it is, I feel like maintenance mode is much better than sunsetting a game. Because it still has the potential for people to want to purchase the game because the game is still there, it's still running, it's not going anywhere. So if they ever get interested in trying it or bring some friends into it or whatever, people that still like the game are still playing the game. So it has a very small amount of revenue stream coming in from the small trickle amounts of people trying the game and coming to the game year after year, right? So it's not like a lot of revenue stream, but it has the potential to be reinvigorated, right? And if it does get reinvigorated and there's a new initiative to push more content to it, it has the potential to, yeah, it's gonna go right back to maintenance mode. But hey, guys, we just there's a lot of you playing the game. We wanted to give you something, you know, fresh and new. Here you go. And they give you like a small like content change or a small update or, you know, new something else. I think it's a great, it has great potential overall in general to do that versus little Twitch plug. And that's why I was thinking, Dig, like, what if there was a company that would take it? You know, take the games on. What is my stream? All right, so I think this guy might jump into the stream, guys. He asked if there's any tips that I would give a new player. I'd rather just talk while I'm doing this. Yeah, I don't like Twitch plugging like this, but it's much easier. Like, especially with a new player, like, there's so much to talk about. I don't want to sit here and type for 45 minutes. Taking away from, like, the grind, you know? Got to Mega Fish 5? Let's go! Oh, Mega Flesh. I thought this said fish. That's insane. Oh, man, that reminds me. I'm really close. I should check mine. I had, like, almost 8 trillion yesterday. And I need like 8.2 or 8.5 trill. I'm really close to getting mine. I'm pretty stoked about it. And that's what I was saying, Dig, is like I don't know the minutia behind like how it would operate. Like you don't buy the like the company doesn't like buy the rights. Like the rights get transferred to the company. Like let's take Amazon for example. They don't want this game anymore. They don't have the they just want to completely shut it down and not have to pay anything on it. But like I said, with like the initiative of like, you know, no killing games or whatever that shit's called from EU, like right, where they don't want games to shut down anymore. Like with that in mind, like what if there was a company that these games get transferred over to, but there's like stipulations, right? Like obviously the company that takes on these games would have no reason to want to take them on because they wouldn't be able to make any money, right? It'd be very, very minor amounts of money. Like the one-off random person that decides to buy the game, they would, you know, make a small amount of money to pay for operational costs. It's not worth it to that company because they wouldn't make enough money to actually operate all the servers and maintenance of the people and stuff like that. So there would have to be some sort of incentive for them doing it, but also like you said, what's the incentive to Amazon? Amazon's not going to do it out of the kindness of their heart or for free, right? They would need some sort of stipulations as well as like, all right, well, we'll give it to you, but we need this in return, right? Like if we need like 10% of the revenue from the game going forward, blah blah blah. And, you know, there would be a lot of red tape, right? But I think that would be a cool thing where instead of these games just being sunset, they can go and live in some sort of like archive center, right? In theory, right? Not an archive per se, but they still have live servers to operate on, and the games would truly have official servers going forward permanently. But that company would need some sort of revenue stream to make it work. I don't know if it would be like a subscription fee to that company. So instead of like a Twitch launcher, it'd be like, whatever, like Dead Games launcher or whatever you would call it, right? And that launcher, in order to have access to that library of games, you'd have to pay like $5 a month. That way they are making a revenue stream to maintain the servers and the employees maintaining the servers and everything. Since the games aren't giving them much. But then at the same time, I would say any revenue made via the games that they're hosting, a percentage of that goes to the company that made the game, right? The royalties from that game. I feel like that could be a solution, but probably not a good solution. But that's what I was saying. Like, off the top of my head, I can't think of a way that it would work. But I think that somewhat solution, like a solution in that general ballpark, would be a really cool solution if there was a way to iron out the details so every company kind of wins in some way, shape, or form. Well, so what I mean, Dig, is not $5 to play the game outright, right? I mean $5 to have access to their launcher of database, right? But you still have to own the game. You know what I'm saying? So you still have to buy New World to be able to play New World using their launcher, because they're the only launcher that has the servers, right? So you're paying $5 to have access to their live service servers, not for the game, right? You still have to buy the game via the original way, and that money, like I said, gets divvied up between the person that's hosting it and the actual creator for royalties. So the game would still have to be purchased, but it's like a membership. Like, let's say Steam, for example. If you had to pay $5 a month to actually have Steam, like to use Steam servers, that's kind of what I'm getting at. So the service itself is $5, but the actual game has its own standalone price still. That's what I was talking about. Like I said, it's not a full cooked idea. It's just like a spur of the moment thing that popped into my head. I was like, oh, that could be a cool answer to a problem, but you'd have to iron out so many problems with that. Like you said, like between the company signing away their rights, they wouldn't do that for free, right? The company that is picking up the rights wants to make money. They need to make money. So like, how would both companies win in this situation, right? And at the same time, like, if you are signing the rights over to another company, do they have the authority to completely change the game? Do they have the authority to, add things, subtract things? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's so much that goes into it. I'm just kind of curious. Like, obviously, it's not like I said, it's not a full cooked idea. It's just one of those rough draft kind of. I thought it was. It just popped into my head because I was thinking about, oh, if they sunset the game, that kind of sucks. How could they not sunset the game and keep it in maintenance mode if they don't have, like you said, they don't have a department to do it anymore? And so they don't have a department, and they're not going to pay a department to take care of it. How could that be rectified? And the first thing that popped into my head was another company, a company that takes these games that these companies mark as dead, and they don't want to promote them anymore. They don't want to like have operation costs for them. Company that will take that burden and keep it alive for the foreseeable future. I think that's kind of cool. Yeah, but here's the thing, Dick. If they're in maintenance mode, they don't need devs. All they need, I mean, obviously they would need a department that could fix bugs, right? Which is a dev team, right? But we don't need a large dev team to fix bugs, because most of these games that are in maintenance mode don't have a lot of bugs. Like, they obviously, every game has a lot of bugs, right? But since they're not adding content, they're not adding things, they're not changing the game in itself, there shouldn't be much to the maintenance. It's just run as is. You shouldn't need to pay very many people, if any at all, to maintain the game. You're mostly just paying people to maintain the servers to make sure that they don't go down and don't come back up. Exactly. But I think that's what the potential of revenue comes from, Dig, is all the gamers in the world paying $5 a month just to have access to all the games that are no longer being published by the games that they, the creators that created them. Right? There's so many fucking people that play video games now. It's unreal how many people play video games. And even if like 50% of them bought a subscription to that service, they would make a good bit of money. Even at $5. I'm not saying $5 is a lot. I'm not saying they would be like quadrillionaires or anything crazy, right? I'm just saying, like, it's not a small chunk of money. Like, even if 1 million people bought it, that's $5 million a month. Right? Unless you bought it like a year subscription for like $50. So like they had something like that, that'd be cool, right? But $5 million a month to pay like 20, 30 people to, and obviously operating costs of the servers obviously is a huge cut, right? Because with all that, let's say you have thousands of games, you have thousands of servers, right? So the servers cut a big price. The people monitoring the servers and maintaining, make sure they're still operational, they don't go down, they get rebooted, they, the maintenance is there for them, and stuff like that. So obviously, a 5 million doesn't seem like a lot once you start adding in the operational costs and stuff. But the more games that they obtain, the more appealing the company becomes, the more revenue they get, because they have more people subbing into it. And like I said, and if people want to play a game that's no longer available on Steam because it got moved over to the other platform because it got traded off or whatever to the quote unquote archive company, they would then have to buy the game, not through them per se, but they still have to buy the game, which is another small source of revenue, right? Not per se for that company, but I mean, it is for that company. A percentage of it should go to the company because they're still housing the game for the other company, and then the royalties go over to the actual company. Not saying like I said, not saying it would work, not saying it's enough money. I'm saying there's a way to iron out the details to make it work in favor of all parties. I don't think it is. And the reason I say that, Dick, is that we're not talking about like 1 or 2 games here. We're talking, like you said, we're talking about thousands and thousands of games. Any platform that has that many amount of games available to play, gamers are willing to buy. Just take fucking the Xbox Game Pass or the PlayStation Game Pass or whatever, right? Yes, those games are quote unquote free to play if you pay for it, right? But you're also paying a lot more money for those to get those games for free while they're there, right? Like, how much is the Game Pass and the PlayStation Premium Pass or whatever those things are called? Like, if we were just to just do a quick gander. Xbox Game Pass. I don't know how much it costs. I don't really play on Xbox, so essentially Xbox Game Pass is $10 a month for console, PC online play. Premium is $15 for console with new games, online multiplayer. So basically, if you want to play multiplayer online games, you have to pay at least $15 a month to get online multiplayer. So $15 a month to basically play a game for free for as long as it's on that platform or in that pass rotation to play online multiplayer. I'm curious. How many Xbox Game Pass subs are there? Like, just this alone, or the exact real number, it varies, has around 34 to 35 million subscribers on this year. Like I said, I was talking about 1 million subs. Yeah, I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying, like, just using these numbers alone, Game Pass, it has a lot of games, but it's not nearly as many games as we're talking about. And people, like 30 million plus people have this. Even if we're talking the bare bones Game Pass, which is $10 a month, right? That's $35 million a month. I agree. But as I'm saying, if you, this gives access to console and PC. So if you run the same type of style as the Game Pass does, you open it up for PC and you open it up for Xbox. So games that are available on Xbox are available on Xbox. Games that are available on PC are available on PC. If they're cross-platform, they're available on both, right? And like I said, even if you had 10 million people, that's $50 million. Obviously, taxable income. You have to tax that money, so you get, like, I don't know, 30% less of that money, and then you have operation costs. So it's definitely viable. Like, I find it funny you say I'm overestimating nostalgia, but yes, these are new games and sometimes old games that are in Game Pass. But like, how many? What games are in the Game Pass right now? Right? How many games do they currently have on the Game Pass? Right? What's this? Recently added. I don't know how many games are on here. I mean, there's a decent amount. Does this like scroll over or something? So if we had to guess, these are the console games, right? Is there only like 5 console games right now? Oh, I'll just click a bunch of buttons. So there's like what, 5 games? Yeah, there's like 5 games on console. There's not very many games. Like, I feel like there's got to be more games than this. I don't know. There has to be more games than this. But I'm just saying, if you have a massive library like Steam, thousands and thousands and thousands of games, especially since they're only accessible there for live servers, right? Games that no longer have a place to play because their live servers are gone, and this place is hosting all the live servers legally. Like, even if it's nostalgia we're talking about, people that haven't played the game, that want to try to play the game, have a place to go now to play the game. I don't think $5 a month is a stretch, because I feel like that at that low of a price, it's enticing for people to launch in to play it. Even like I said, obviously with the added caveat, yeah, you still have to buy the game, but you're paying for the access to the live servers via that company, so that company can sustain itself. Like I said, even at 1 million subscribers, that's 5 million a month. I think that's insane. And like I said, the bigger the library is, the more willing people are to play it or to buy it. I think it's insane. I think it's possible. Like I said, there obviously, like I said, you have to 100% iron out all the other details, and maybe the pricing of $5 isn't enough. But I feel like the longer the company is around, the more people that will subscribe to it, and that'll be willing to, pay for the subscription to play games. Because if they've already purchased the game outright and they already own the game, now they're just paying for the live service fee to play on live servers via this company instead. Like, it's like, yeah, now you have a membership cost to play the game you enjoy, which kind of blows what you did have to do before, but it's better than losing your game altogether, right? Browse you're not wrong. I don't even know how to do that. I've never done it, guys. I don't even know if I have a login for it. 547 PC games at the moment. Okay, that's pretty insane. But once again, that's only 500 games. Now, obviously, there's a lot of older ones, but there's a lot of good high tier newer ones as well. But just think about that. If you had 10,000 games to choose from instead of 500. And there's already 30 million people on the Game Pass. That's not counting the PC Pass either. I mean the PlayStation Pass. I think it's a viable option. I do. And I do agree. Gaming people are like the gaming companies are super fucking greedy. And that's why I say I don't know how the details would work out in favor of all parties, because the party that, you know, the royalties party, you know, Amazon wouldn't want to give it up for free, right? They wouldn't want, they want to make sure they get their pound of flesh, and they're having the better end of the deal, right? So it wouldn't be easy. But like if the initiative for, you know, Europe actually was to pass, and they, you know, the killing games initiative thing actually passed, what would they rather do? Would they rather have to force their games into maintenance mode and have to maintain them themselves, right? Or would they rather just give off the rights so they don't have to think about it anymore, and then just take kickback royalties every year from, you know, whatever revenue they made from the game selling from the other person? You know, so like, there's pros and cons to both. I'm just trying to think, like, I don't think it's a bad option. Like I said, I don't think it's a full plan. It needs a lot of cook time and a lot of, you know, criteria added to it. Like I said, the numbers are vague, and I'm just throwing numbers out there. Like I said, $5 probably wouldn't be what the price is. Obviously, they probably would have to charge more. Um, but I mean, I think it's a possibility. I mean, why wouldn't it work though? But that's the thing, Dig, is it's like, I'm not saying that Xbox and PlayStation specifically, right? Like, what I'm saying is, if the creator of a video game wanted to sunset a game and they weren't allowed to, right? Because of like this initiative, right? That won't let the games die. They have to always be available for people that have purchased it, right? Instead of them having to, like Amazon having to keep this game running permanently for indefinite amount of time, right? They could push it off to another company, or whatever, you know, legal jargon they use, however they go about doing it, whatever the you know what I mean, whatever they sign the contract for, they push it to this other company, then they do it. Doesn't matter about Xbox. If Xbox created the game, then Xbox can host the game indefinitely, right? PlayStation hosted the game, PlayStation can host it for the rest of their life. It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is like a standalone, a company that's dedicated to just that, housing games that are quote unquote maintenance out or sunsetted out, right? That's what I'm getting at. I don't understand how that wouldn't be able to work, right? I can't see a reason why. Like, obviously, you know, hatching out the details between the greedy companies obviously is a problem, right? But I don't see how it's impossible for it to not work. Oh, it might be there, Kaz. I just don't know if I have a login either, because I don't play on Xbox. You know, I have a Windows account, but I don't know what the information is, so it's not a big deal. I'm not worried about it. It's a good way to get to figure it out though. I'm just saying I don't know why it wouldn't work. Like, I can't see a reason why it wouldn't be possible. Now I could see it being difficult. I could see there being a lot of like legal issues and a lot of like drama and ironing things out and blah blah blah. I could see there being a lot of growing pains and problems with it, but I don't see why it would be impossible or infeasible, that it couldn't happen. Because yes, they're greedy. Yes, they want their pound of flesh, but at the end of the day, they have to decide, do they want to host it and pay those fees for hosting it and keeping, you know, staff on board to monitoring the servers and keeping things up and running and paying for the server and like the internet usage and everything that goes along with keeping a server up and running for in a maintenance mode, you know, game or whatever that they're not doing anything with. Do they want to house it? Do they want to have to deal with the headache of it? Or do they want to pass off that burden for some sort of, you know, pros and cons, right? kind of like a mortgage, in my opinion, the way I look at it. Right? There's people, there's companies that, you know, they build a house and they get someone to buy the house and they use their mortgage company, right? They're like, oh, if you go through our mortgage company, we'll cut you a deal on buying your property or whatever. We'll waive the closing costs, blah blah blah. Whatever it is, the you know, the pros of going with them is, right? So then they sell you this property, you get the loan through them or whatever for the bonuses or whatever, right? And then within a month of you closing on that house, they sell that mortgage to another company. It's the same thing, right? The other company picks up your loan, and they pay a little less than what it's worth because they're banking on making money off of the interest, right? But the company that picks it up, they don't pay the full price for the mortgage, right? I mean, let's say it's a 400,000 mortgage, right? They might pay 400,000 for it, but they're banking on the interest to make double that in the long run, right? It's kind of like the same idea with a game. Like, do they want to have to pay, you know, $1,000 a year per game that they have to host, or would they rather pass it off for either a small one-time, you know, thing, which is possible, right? Maybe that company has to pay them, I don't know, a small fee, you know, buying the rights but at a discounted rate because it's a sunsetted game, right? Or do they have to pay royalties? Like, whatever the payment method is, there's like a small payment method to the company to have the rights, or do they want to operate it themselves? Like, they have to make the decision themselves. Like I said, it's the same thing with the mortgage. The mortgage people are like, okay, well, do we want to take the risk of these people not paying it, or do we want the guarantee money up front from another company that they can take all the risk? It's kind of like the same thing. That's the way I look at it. I don't see why it couldn't work. I can see there being problems, 100%. I can see there being drama and bullshit and a lot of legal jargon and shit you just have to hash out, but I don't see why it couldn't. That's what I'm getting at. I'm saying I think it could potentially be a solution at some point. And yes, I agree, Dig. And that's a solution that Blizzard did for Diablo 2. But once again, if we're talking about in a situation where a company no longer wants to support the game in any way, shape, or they literally want to just Alt F4, throw the servers in the trash can, and never turn them back on so no one can access the game ever again. And those situations, like I said, if an initiative like killing games was a thing where they couldn't do that going forward, but they wanted to, that's where a company like this could operate. That's what I'm getting at. Because what is the other option? If you cannot delete the game, if you cannot turn it off ever, if you have to always have a live service server running at all times because you are legally not allowed to turn it off, what is your other option if you want to do it? If you cannot afford to keep running the server, if you cannot afford the employees, if your company is going out of business and is no longer going to be around, what is the other option? I mean, why would you have to change the copyright law or you to pass your game off to a company to host? I don't get it. I mean, you're not wrong, Kat. You're not wrong. If you want to avoid it, just stop making live service games. You're not wrong. That is a valid option here. All right, we only have how much do we have? Actually, I didn't look. 600. We needed 3 times. I think we almost have it. I think we're close. I think we almost have enough. Oh wait, do we have enough? I think we have enough. Okay. Oh, let's try this. We might have enough. Oh, 202. What are we missing? I think we needed 204. Ooh, okay. We might not have enough iron, but when we salvage, we might have enough. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, we ran out of iron. We burned through that. Holy crap, iron is fucking gone. Gone, baby. We just ate all that iron. Holy crap. That's crazy. What about that? Wait. But that doesn't answer copyright issues. Because you stated in order for Killing Games Initiative to work and for, a company to take over the rights, they'd have to change every copyright law. I don't understand why. And I don't know how you not making a live service game change is the answer to that. I mean, it's an answer to the Killing Games Initiative, because then if you can launch it without having a live service game and still play it, then obviously it fixes the problem. But if you have a live service game like World of Warcraft or Guild Wars 2 or whatever, where you have to log into a server and play on it via the internet, and you have to be able to connect to it to authenticate or whatever, like all those games could never die if this was to be a thing. Not saying it is a thing, but I'm saying if it was to be a thing. And yeah, I agree, Kaz, to a point, but I feel like with certain games, let's take WoW for example. If they want, the thing is, WoW would never work offline. It just wouldn't, because the way the game is designed, you need at least minimum of like 40 players, or 30 or 20 or whatever the fuck the raid limit is now. So you couldn't really do raids unless you had a big enough player base, right? But what if it was like Diablo 3 in a way, right? I'm not saying Diablo 3 is a non-live service game, but I'm just saying, right? What if you could play the game offline completely, but you could still like connect to like there's a way to there's like a pool, like a party finder kind of thing where other people can like click on part, but then you would need some sort of pooling system where there's a server that's pulling it, so it just still doesn't work, right? I don't know if there's a way to do it, maybe a mod or something. I don't know. It's story mode, so is that like single player run through? Like, do you still get the same gear? I don't know. I don't know much about that. I'm just saying, like, even the older games, they have the potential to basically just change the authentication, right? So it no longer has to authenticate to a server if they were to sunset it, right? They just take that part out of the code. They push one last update to the game, right? So when you go to launch the game, it does the one last update it needs to update the. But then once again, you would need an update server for them to actually connect to get the update to be able to do that. So I mean that kind of is out the window. So where would they download the games? Because you'd still have to host a server to download the game, right? Unless it's via Steam, but then you'd have to pay Steam for the hosting fee. Like, bro, there's too many things. There's so many things. Because they'd have to get the update to be able to play it offline. You know what I mean? Going forward. Oh, an AI raid? Oh, that's kind of cool. That's pretty cool. I like that. That's kind of cool. I like the idea that like if you don't have friends or you don't have, you know what I mean, you just want to play the game to play the game. You're not forced into interacting with people, right? I like that. All right, where is this huge amount of weight coming from? So we do have a bunch of this. Where's all this damn weight coming? We do have a lot here. I just feel like I don't have a lot of stuff of weight. It's crazy. I mean, I think half of it's my iron and ore. Yeah, I think that's a pretty cool idea. But I do agree, Kaz, like, I don't think you could hold like older games to that standard, but I think that's the general purpose of this, is it's not going forward, it's all games ever. Because the general premise is if you pay money for a game, like if you go to Steam and you have to pay $30 for a game, you are buying the idea is you are buying the rights for that game for $30. And if you can no longer play the game because they don't want to host it anymore, then what was the point of the $30? Now, free games is a different story because you're playing it for free, right? But I think it specifically correlates to games that you pay money to obtain. I think that, like I said, I don't know much about the whole Killing Games initiative. I just know that they're trying to prevent games from basically no longer be able to be played or something. Okay. Once again, Dig, you're taking me way too literally. I understand that. Now, $30 is more like an entry fee kind of thing, and you're not buying the quote-unquote rights to the game, because if you were buying the rights to the game, you would have stake in being able to change it and what goes, you know, what you can do with the game and everything. I get that. From a legal standpoint, you're not actually buying the rights, but having a box price on a game, this is the argument, is you're buying the game. And if you're buying the game in its entirety, you should have it going forward. If you were to go and buy a car from a car lot, and they decided they never wanted to make that car again, they can't just show up to your house and take your car away because you bought it, right? Same thing with your house, right? Like your toothbrush. They recall the toothbrush, you don't have to give the toothbrush back, right? Or if they no longer make that toothbrush and they don't want to keep making that toothbrush ever again, you don't have to give them the toothbrush back. It's the same thing. If you spend money on the game, you should have the game forever. That's the general purpose of the idea. If you buy something, you keep it. If you buy a t-shirt and they no longer make the t-shirt, you keep the t-shirt. Yeah, bro, I still have so many CDs from back in the day. CDs and DVDs. I still have some of my old original WoW CDs. I have the Aeon CD in case. Age of Empires and a couple other ones. Crazy. We live in the real world. I know. And I agree. There's a difference between what should happen and what does happen. Like, right? What theoretically should be what happens and what truly happens. There's a big difference in the two, and I agree. And like I said, that's what this law is trying to change. And like I said, I don't know much about it. I don't know if it passed. I don't know if it failed. I don't know if they've changed it. I don't know the details of it or the reasoning behind it or whatever. I just know the general premise is if you buy a game, you should always have it. Right? And I don't know, like I said, that obviously has a lot of finer details, like how do you accomplish that with a live service game? How do you accomplish that with, you know, like games like can't think of what it's called, Counter-Strike, games like League of Legends, you know, like certain games and genres and things like that. Like certain games, like how does that even, like what does that even look like? How does that even work, right? It's like, does it count for every game? Does it count for just box prices games? Does it count for membership based games? Like where's the cutoff? There's so much other things. Like I said, I don't know all of it. I was just bringing this up because, like I said, it was one of the things that just popped into my randomly popped into my head. And I was kind of just curious. Like, obviously you disagree with me, and that's fine. I'm just trying to understand like your point of view. And I agree with a lot of things you do say. Like, it would be hard, it would be difficult, there'd be a lot of problems with it. But I don't agree with impossible. I think it can be possible. But at the same time, like, I agree with what Kaz said, is like going, like, would it be games going forward or after it was passed, or would it be every game, that's currently active that hasn't been sunset already? Like, where would that cutoff be? Where would it start? Where would it begin? And like, how would those games go about like achieving that status, or whatever? Like, how would they go about like fixing it so it actually meets the current law? Like, there's so much questions. You're not my real dad. And yes, what you said, like, that's the thing, Dig. You have the CD, you own it, and whatever, but you can't play it. That's the problem. Right? That's the exact problem. Is you bought it and you own it. Whether you bought it digitally or physically, you own it. You have it physically or digitally, or however you want to think of it, right? You paid the money for the item, and now you can't access it. You can't play it. You can't touch it. It's dead. You know what I mean? That's the problem. But yeah, like I said, that's why I was trying to get you to elaborate a little bit, Dig, is because you say you agree it should be that way, but we live in the real world where money runs everything. How is there no way, shape, or form that this can't work? Like I said, like, yeah, Amazon has this game, and if their opinion is we're running in the negative and we don't want to run this game anymore, we want to shut it off, what would be the harm in them passing it off to another company so they don't have to run in the black or negatively? Like, that wouldn't that be a positive for them? They avoid having to run at a negative, at a loss, and it's no longer on their plate anymore. Like I said, with the added caveat that maybe they, get some royalty kickbacks if people do purchase the game going forward. I don't know. I don't see how it couldn't work. Once again, Dick. Once again, it's not that they want to. It's if they're already in the mindset that they are running at a negative. As a greedy person, would you rather get rid of something that's draining money from you instead of making you money, right? Or would you rather hold on to something that is sucking money out of your pockets just because you want to keep your whatever? Like, you see, like, that's where I lose you, right? Because you're saying that people are so greedy they won't do anything unless they're going to make money, so they won't give their rights to another company to run the live server for them because it's not gonna, because they're greedy, but they're losing money while running it themselves. So they want to turn it off, but they're not allowed. Once again, that's where this whole argument is, and that's why I don't understand. Like, your whole argument is they're too greedy to give the rights to another company, even though they're losing money. Yeah, I know it made them a ton of money on release when people bought it and going forward. I'm saying, I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. I'm not talking about past stuff. I'm not talking about past revenue. I'm not talking about past anything. I'm talking about from right this minute, right this very second, right. If we started at $0.00 by tomorrow, have they made a profit? I mean, they probably have because someone probably bought the game like an idiot. But you get my point. Like, going forward, if their monthly revenue stream is not positive and they are losing money operating the servers, right? Paying the employees to monitor it, keeping it in maintenance mode, paying the database for the server, and blah, blah, blah. The small amount of fees that go into operating a game and maintenance mode, because I have to keep it in maintenance mode. Like I said, this is all hypothetical, right? If that initiative was real and they had to keep the game running in maintenance mode going forward, right? If they were losing money, they were not positive, they were not making a profit off of keeping the game in maintenance mode, the greedy capital, whatever you want to call them, I don't even know what to call them, why wouldn't they pass the burden? Because you're telling me it's impossible because they're too greedy. Now, with that caveat, though, is if they were running at a negative and they pass it to another company, why would that company want to take it when it's running at a negative, right? I agree. That company's like, well, why would I want to take on a dying ship? Why would I take on more debt? Blah, blah, blah. But once again, that's where the whole, hey, we have X amount of games. We have 10,000 games in our library that, you know, you can't get anywhere else because all these companies don't want their games. Pay us $5 a month to have access to them.
Do me a favor, please.
I don't know.
Get out of here.
I could see that company taking on all the risk, yes, and it'd be a very risky business, but it has potential. Yo, what up, Dover? You out? All right, man. I appreciate you. Have a good night. See you. I appreciate you. Because, like I said, the argument I'm getting from you. Because the argument I was getting from you is like they don't want to pass, like Amazon wouldn't want to pass the rights on to another company because they're greedy and they want to keep the money to themselves because they're making money. They're making money and they don't want to give that money away. I get that. And I'm not talking about companies that want to keep their game because it makes them money. I'm talking about game companies that no longer want to keep their game. Right. If the company is at the point where they say, we no longer want to host this game, we no longer want to be the ones in charge of keeping it alive, that's what I'm talking about. And this is all, like I said, with the hypothetical caveat that they are not allowed to sunset the game. Right? That's where that big difference is. If they're not allowed to get rid of it and they want to get rid of it. Those are the two key factors of my argument. Because, I'm going to tell you right now, from the argument you're proposing, they don't want to do it because they're greedy and they want the money. Well, then they are not hitting they're not hitting both of those factors, right? That I'm arguing here, right? The argument of they want to turn it off. They no longer want to host it. But they have to, right? Now, in the scenario where they don't want to get rid of it because it still makes them money, they still keep it on because they have to. So they're hitting one of those checkboxes. But they're not meeting the other one where they no longer want to, because they still do, right? I said, I'm not trying to make this the whole full-fledged, like, annoying-ass argument. I'm trying to see your point of view, but it feels like the argument's, like, from two different points, like, two different aspects that aren't overlapping. Like, we're not arguing the same point. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get your idea. I agree with you. Like, why would a company pass off their rights if they want to continue making money from the game? It doesn't make sense. Like, if they're making money from it and they want to continue keeping it in maintenance mode going forward because it's still making them money, there's no way they would pass the rights off. I agree. 1000%. They would never do it. I'm not saying they have to. I'm just saying if they were at that point where they're like, all right, we're done with this, right? We'll sell it off to this company and we'll never have to look at it again. We'll never have to deal with it again going forward. And we can just close our doors and we just call it a fucking day, you know, with our profits or whatever, right? Like, that's where they were at. That's where they were at, right? There's many reasons why a company like that would be able to obtain these sunset games. You know, whether they run at a loss, whether the game company is like going in a different direction and they don't want to host it anymore, right? Like, because they don't want to have a data center for live service games or whatever the fuck, or if the business is, I don't know, it's literally dissolving the entire business. Like Blizzard just poof got hit with a nuclear bomb and just deleted one day. Like, it no longer existed. Like what happened to MySpace, right? If it no longer the company went under and it just no longer had employees and it didn't have any money, it was just like dissolved completely. Like, I could see that being another reason why they would sell off their assets for, like, you know, fraction of like 1% of their price just to get rid of the, you know, the merchandise, because it has to do something with it. Rather than hosting it themselves, they'd rather get a small amount of money to pass it along. Now that company owns it, and now they can do kind of what they want with it. Like, it's not the ideal situation. It's not like that might happen like 0.001% of the time that would be the case of what would happen, but like, there's a lot of scenarios in which these game companies would want to get rid, like, offload their game if they were no longer allowed to sunset. But there's also 99% of the games would still stick with the original creator because it's just it's better for the game in itself and like the creator that made it to just host it themselves, because why would they get rid of their own product when they can still make money off of it, right? So that's what I'm saying. If there is that small percentage of people that, like, companies that want to get rid of, the keyword is want to offload it, why couldn't there be like a repository company for it? I agree. I agree. No, I agree. Like, I'm not saying that New World is running at a negative. That's what I, like I said, that's not even the argument. But like I said, I'm throwing out hypotheticals here. Like, if they wanted to get rid of it, if they were running at a negative, if that, like, everything I've said started with if. I mean, I agree. You say it won't work because of the real world, because in reality, in this. Because in reality, you're right. Like, they make enough money off of this game because there's not very much. Well, there was a lot more costs, right? They were paying a lot more employees to work on content, to work on DLCs, to work on issues, to work on graphics. Like, they had a lot of employees. Now they fired all those employees. Now they don't have as much costs, so their operating costs are down. So the amount of money they're making from new purchases is a lot more impactful in their bottom line and profits. So they are running at a positive. That wasn't the argument. Once again, I'm not arguing if they're positive or negative right now. I'm saying if they weren't allowed, because like I said, they haven't decided if they're sunsetting it yet or not. But if they did want to sunset it and they weren't allowed, right? It's that whole, it's that whole choice that they want to stop completely. They never want to touch it again. They don't want to be involved in it. They don't want to touch it. They don't want to host it. They don't want to be involved in it. They don't want to. They don't even look at it anymore. If they've made that decision already, regardless if they were positive or negative or whatever, and they needed to put the game somewhere, and they didn't want to do it themselves, right? Yeah, who knows how long it'll take to actually, if it ever does cross the pond, you know, it's possible. It's also possible it never makes it over here. It's only over there. And like I said, once again, that's all. If it even does pass, whatever. I said I was just trying to have like a conversation on like an idea of how you would accomplish that. And like I understand you want to speak, you know, non-hypothetical. I get that. You want to speak in the real world. But like even though it's somewhat hypothetical, it's a proposed situation that could happen. Right? If New World, let's say, like once again, obviously this is hypothetical and you don't want to tell you hypothetical, but if a thing like no killing games was to pass, right? And New World wanted to stop, what would they do? Like that's my question to you. In a real world, in a real scenario, in a real live action, whatever you want to talk, if you were running a game and that initiative was real, how would you do it? If you did not want to host the game anymore and you did not want to touch it, you wanted nothing to do with it, what would you do? Would you just pay this massive fine? Would you just keep a server running? Or would you pay people to make sure the servers are up and doing whatever, even though you no longer have that company, even though that company is dissolved, even though you're not even making games anymore? Like, what would you do? Would you pass it along? Would you sell the rights to somebody else? Would you give the rights to somebody else? Would you maintain it yourself? What would you do? Right? I know you're not a game company. I know you're not any of that. But once again, yes, this is still quote unquote theoretical, hypothetical, however you want to say it. But I'm just saying, in like your point of view and your perspective and your reality, how would you accomplish that? I mean, that would be interesting too. Like if a company goes under and they can't actually host the game, blah blah blah, then it gets released publicly and people can just do what they want with it. Which once again, that hosts a whole slew of other problems. Um, you know what I mean? Like I guess the copyright no longer exists or whatever, even though technically by copyright law that couldn't be a thing. Because copyright law is like 100 years from creation or something like that. So it's like, how would they get around the copyright law? Like, once again, you brought up copyright law earlier. It's like, they'd have to change copyright law if that's the case. They'd have to have an addendum to the copyright law or something. Alright, you gotta make a new company? Yeah, that's funny. You finish all your Slayer dudes? Hell yeah. How many of those did you have to use accelerators for? Because you said that the troll things or the tree trolls were like fucking awful. Oh, and they have rep too. Oh, that's awful. Oh yeah. Oh, they're the non-scalable raids, or those are like the actual scalable raids? That's crazy. Oh, the one for the trolls. Okay. 30-minute accelerator. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to use a 30-minute accelerator, but I felt like anything that I would have wanted to use it for just felt like it was a waste. Because it's like, it's 30 minutes, and there's like 10 mobs, and they're spread out. Like, I feel like I just wouldn't kill them very fast. And like, yeah, it would help me finish it, but like, I would only get like an extra, like, I don't know, 30 kills, and I need like 100 of them. Like, yeah, it speeds it up significantly, but I don't know, I just felt like it was almost a waste. A landscape raid boss? Oh, so like an open world boss? Gotcha. So basically what you're saying is I need to jump back on Lotro, level up a bit so I can help you two-man it? Is that what we're talking about? Getting it? Yeah, I didn't realize it was an open world boss. Yeah, I've seen a couple open world bosses like level like 110s and stuff. They look really cool. One of them was a dragon. He looked badass. I know, I mean, I'm like level 70 something, 80 something. But like I said, since I feel like I could catch up. It'd probably take me a couple weeks. I feel like I could catch up purely just because I'm not doing all the deeds in each zone as I'm going through anymore. I've stopped doing that, and I've been speed running like the main story quest to get as much XP and like level up and get through the zone, like the zones as fast as I can, just so I can backtrack to do all the Slayer deeds once I'm at a higher level. Because a lot of that stuff's like, you need to be 110, you need to be like 150, you need to be this. I'm like, bro, that's so fucking annoying. Anyway, Kaz, I haven't said hello to you yet. I know we've been chatting and reading your messages and stuff, but welcome, man. Welcome. I hope you're having a good day. Hope everything's going well with you. Appreciate you stopping on in. Hope life is treating you well. Did you see us playing some Minecraft the other day? Oh, that shit was actually fire. I was low-key super enjoying that shit. Not a few, yeah. Gotta go get that workout in, man. Let's go. I was low-key super impressed. I was not expecting to like it that much, like in general. Um, I was expecting for it to be cool and interesting for like a day or two and then be like, all right, yeah, I'm kind of bored. But I actually really liked it. Like, I think they did an insane job at like adding in like a decent amount of like quests, zones, mobs, like gearing potentials. Like, I think they did an absolute insane job. Roving threat, yeah, some of those roving threats are rough. Fucking hate axes, bro. Yeah, I know. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like they're still updating, they're still changing things, they're still adding stuff, still modifying, nerfing, and buffing things. Like, I feel like they're legit putting hella work in, and I highly respect them for that. That's crazy amount of work they put in. Oh man. Ugh. Ugh. I only ate like half my dinner. Alright. I think we made some okay progress today. We got our first time crafts in. We got a bunch of like levels. So we're at like 172, almost 173, right? Oh yeah, we're 173. Almost 174 engineering, which is pretty solid. We need to figure out how much we need to get to 174. I just feel like this grind to 250 is gonna be rough. Because we're gonna need so much materials. Like 600 something iron isn't even stop. Like that's multiple extra runs we gotta still do. So yeah, let's figure out how many crafts we need to do. So we need 70k. Actually less than what we crafted last time. So 70,000 divided by 442 equals 159. I'll say 160. So 160 times 3. Let's do times 2. And then yeah, so 320 leather pretty quick. And then plus 160. This 480. Okay. Oh, that's pretty easy. 320, 480, and then that's only times 3. 3, 6, 9, 12. So we times this by 4. We need like 2,000 iron. So we do like another 2 runs of iron. Then we do some wood runs to about 500. Then we do some leather runs to about 350. And then we get another level. October 20. Okay. So last year. Okay. Yeah. I mean, was that last one last year? Was that unlocking like the other continent? That big new continent, the gravel place or whatever it's called? Is that what that last expansion was? Or was that something completely different? Oh, I don't know what I want to do. Play a song, play a song. 54, 36. Okay. This one was pretty good. All right, let's try this 36 one. All right, territory. I think that's gathering speed. Yeah. Oh, not hit that. Oops. I hit S instead of D. That wasn't too many notes. Means it's not gonna be a lot of XP, but 75% increase in speed? That's actually insane. Then on the last island? Oh hell yeah, mate, let's go. Oh, okay, so it wasn't like a content ad. It was, well, I mean, it was, but it was more of like a, yeah, a re-overhaul of all the classes and mobs. Gotcha. Did it? Was it like too time consuming or tedious to like see the death animation every time? We're talking about death animations for mobs or for players? Because both would be kind of annoying. Like watching something die for like 10 seconds, like would be really obnoxious. Oh, okay. So it's gonna give us a new continent, which I wonder if it's gonna be higher tier content and the level cap's gonna go up, or if it's just gonna be same level cap and stuff, but like new raids, new dungeons, new area, new quests. You know, different gear possibly, like maybe some few unique pieces or legendary pieces or something that are specific to the zone. Nothing crazy. I think I need to switch up my bow build so I can get haste from rolling. Oh, so it's just like another, not continent per se, but like a zone within a like an area that's already there. Gotcha. So it's like kind of like over by Ragni, how they have like that bridge that we tried to cross that has like a new zone on the other side. So it's something like that. So they're gonna add a zone to current content. That's pretty cool. And once again, I'm kind of curious if maybe they're gonna increase the level cap maybe by 5 levels or something. Maybe push it to like 110 or something. Make that new zone like higher tier content. Or if they're gonna keep the level cap and everything the same and just give us a new zone to grind new mobs, or maybe, you know, new dungeon or something. Yeah, it could be new content. Doesn't have to not be. I'm just kind of curious. That sounds kind of cool. Yeah, see when they give us more information. Yeah. Ooh, I didn't realize I hit a mining proficiency. We can open that box. Let's actually open it really. Did we get a pattern? We did not. That's what we were hoping for. We were hoping for a pattern so we can get another piece of mining outfit. Yeah, that sounds really cool. And you said roughly in the next couple months, if they hold to their 18-month pattern. Is that what you're saying? Like in the next like 6 months? Yeah, summer, whatever. Yeah, six months, 6 to 8 months from now, which would be cool because that would basically put it on par for coming out before I get to it. So I'd have more content to experience. Okay. Yeah, so it'll be coming out before, you know, fall of next year. Somewhere around that point. Or before. Like I said, I don't plan. I think my plans for this game are pretty straightforward. 250, like maxing out all my professions, getting all but my crafting trophies done, and then trying to craft max gear score like bags. I don't really care about max gear score combat. And I would say I'd want to get all the profession outfits, but since some of them are so niche to obtain via, you know, having to do league chest runs and getting groups together to farm them, I don't think some of them are viable to obtain. But I feel like I can obtain most of the profession outfits. But I feel like that's mostly all I need to get done in this game to feel comfortable with my Ironman playthrough. Is mostly just maxing out all the professions, getting 6 of my 9 ultimate trophies. Yeah, I think that pretty much covers pretty much all of it. Maybe I'll try and get as many of the achievements as we can get done. Anything that's not PvP, like war related, invasion related, or territory standing related. Get all those achievements done, and I think I'll be pretty happy with the playthrough. And we'll call it a day. I don't know how many months that'll take, because a lot of these professions are actually very time consuming to level, especially furnishing. Furnishing is a very time consuming profession. But as you can see, even with like engineering, like I'm at a point with engineering that I'm at a struggle bus. I have to farm tons of these materials to get just one level. So it's gonna be rough. But I think we'll get one more level in engineering tonight before we switch over to Eidolon. $21,000 hours. Wow, that's wild. That's actually insane. Or does that game play? Does he play anything else? That's crazy. Now, I'm not saying that's not that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that's crazy. Like, the game has a ton to offer, don't get me wrong, but that's a lot of hours. I don't even have that in BDO when I leave the game running. Well, I did for many, many years. I wonder how many hours I have in Eidolon. I don't even have that in Eidolon, bro. And I literally leave the game on almost 24/7. That's crazy. That guy has had to have been playing that game for years, 5+ years, easy. Like, there's no way you get that many hours unless you never turn the game off. Like, I don't know how long the game's been out, but I have a 3-year account with Eidolon, and I played for a year before that on a different account, or roughly a year, and I almost never turn the game off, and I have 14,000 hours. Like, there are times where I don't play the game for a month or two. Don't get me wrong, but I'm missing out on like a decent chunk of hours over that time period. But 20,000 hours? Oh, is it 11, 12 years old? Okay, so then it makes a lot of sense. In the matter of like 10 years, 21,000 hours, that's still a lot of hours. Like, how many hours is that? Like, if you were to, like, so let's say 21,000 hours, right? Divided by 10. That's 2,100 hours a year. We divide that by 365. Roughly 6 hours a day. That's doable. Because, let's say you play 3 or 4 days a week, right? You play for like 10 to 12 hours a day. Some days you play more, right? Some days you play less. Maybe you play more than 3 or 4 days a week. Like, it's possible. It's definitely doable over 10 years. But that is literally like your main game for 10 years. That's still insane. Jesus. Okay, so this one might be an actual content then. Like, content. If it's gonna be a major upgrade, like a major big one, there's a second one, I feel like it's going to be an actual legit content. Or maybe like another open sea area. Possible. Right, or a combination of the two. That's what I could see. And I'm not saying that's true. Right? They could just add like a small zone, but like a lot within the small zone. I don't know. But when you say big X-Pack, like similar to the other one, like this is the second one, I feel like it's going to be huge, as in like a new continent. Still crazy though. They do a lot. Like, even like Hypixel does a lot. Like, these Minecraft communities on these servers, on these like standalone servers, bro, they have some insane ass development. The first one was 10 years ago. Dang. They haven't had an actual massive update like X-Pac in 10 years. Jeez, that's wild though. I mean, like I said, I think they've done an insane job. I have no problems with what they've given us. I don't know everything they've given us. I don't know everything the game has to offer, but I was extremely impressed. Was not expecting what we did get. I was expecting like high pixel status, right? When it came to combat, I felt like it was going to be combat oriented, similar to high pixel, and I just wasn't a huge fan of high pixel's progression when it came to combat. I loved their mining, hated their fucking foraging, but the new foraging update changes that. The farming, it was okay, to say the least. Got really boring really quick, but it was pretty solid in itself. All right, now I'm confused. Why do I have? Okay, I'm not wearing the right one. Yeah, I need to get rid of the. White good? No, oh, white's still not good. Can I like put something else on? Alright. So we're gonna do a quick. The problem is I scrapped all that gear, or smelted all that stuff, and I forgot to put it in the bank. So inventory's full. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that though. That's gonna be sick though, because like I said, when I get to the game, I'm gonna have to start all over. I'm gonna have to keep progressing through the game. I have to do a whole bunch of stuff, and then that update's gonna come out while I'm playing, so I'll have even more content to complete. It's good. It's like pretty good timing, I guess. Like I said, obviously, I have a lot more work to do here, but it is what it is. All right, so we're trying to get to 2,000 roughly iron bars. That's 1,700. I mean, that might be enough. I don't think so. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, only time will tell. Not that big of a deal. Where is this 500 weight coming from? Like, it's crazy. I still have 400 weight somewhere. I know I have like 150 in reagents and stuff. So yeah, because I have like 150 of weight down here. I'm fine with that, but like, I just have so much. Like, this is like 60 weight, and then I know I have some here, and I have 50 weight here. So let's drop this off at Weaver's, I guess. Okay, now we have some fucking weight to work with. Holy shit! You want to make a new character on release of the new content? Wouldn't you want to level a character up? To push through the whole game and then hit the new content instead of starting a brand new character when the content comes out? Because then you have to start off with the old stuff and push your way through all the old stuff and then eventually get to the new stuff. Yeah, I thought the inventory weight system was really dumb. Yeah, I'd rather be limited to an X amount of items than an X amount of weight. And like maybe there's like a stack limit, right? So you can only have like 1,000 iron per stack, right? or like 1,000 of any item, or maybe 500 per stack or whatever. That way it's like the iron would take up multiple stacks, but you're stack oriented instead of weight oriented. One thing I really dislike is the storage system, because the storage system has a weight limit, but it also has a item limit. I've actually hit the item limit before hitting the storage limit in certain ones, because I put a bunch of like really lightweight stuff in there, tons of them, like pages of like crafting materials and stuff like that. So I think it only holds like 1,000 items, and the weight changes because you can increase the weight limit and stuff like that. So not only do you have to like prioritize like the weight limit, but then you have to make sure you're not putting a bunch of light stuff in there hitting like item cap is, well, bro, it's so stupid. It's ridiculous. Like, why have a weight system and an item system? This doesn't make sense. Like, you pick one or the other. You either have a weight system so you can have as many items as you possibly want as long as you don't overweight, which I think is a still stupid way to go about inventory management. And you have an item limit. So you have bags like anybody else, and each bag increases the amount of total items you can carry, and as long as you have an open inventory slot, you can carry an item. Two new pristine charms? Wild, mate. Let's go. Yeah, I think weight related in a game like this just doesn't make sense, because you already are carrying a ton of different armors that are all weight oriented, right? You're carrying a lot of potions, you're carrying a bunch of like reagents, you're carrying a bunch of. Well, that's the thing too, Dig, is like with how many different items that you're getting and gathering and obtaining, you almost can't do item limit, because I mean there is an item limit, but it had to be a really high item limit because of how many different items you get. You kept hitting the item limit before the weight limit? That's crazy. I hit the weight limit all the time. I very rarely hit the item limit. And that's because I stack lots of materials, right? I stack a ton of ores, I stack a ton of wood, processed goods like bars and stuff like that. Like I stack all like gems and jewels and things like that. Like, and they hit ridiculous weight limits. Oh, you only got one, but oh yeah, I got here. I'm sorry, I thought I said two. Yeah, I definitely want to play that at some point as well. I know I'll probably hate some of the in-game stuff, but I think it'll be a pretty fun experience. And yeah, like there's a way to do weight and item inventory management. There is. I just feel like this one's not done well because the organic nature of how you level up your professions and how you go and gather materials, it's so heavy. The amount of materials you obtain when you're out and about doing stuff, it's so fucking heavy. And then you need that much stuff. That's the crazy part, right? You need thousands upon hundreds of thousands of materials, which is ridiculous in weight. Like, if they reduce the amount of required resources to craft things and to level things, you wouldn't need as much materials. So instead of getting 50 to 100 freaking ore out of one thing, give us 5 to 10
right now.
Right? But it makes the same amount of bars, right? There's just a way to like reduce the amount of weight required and the amount of fluff for amount, you know what I mean? We don't need hundreds of thousands of ore, right? It's just ridiculous. You can reduce the quantities quite a lot. Thanks for the hydrate. Reduce the numbers, like take a 0 off, right? Just reduce it by a 0. So instead of getting 50 to 100, you get 5 to 10 ores, and instead of needing like, I don't know, 6 of them to make 1 bar. It should just be 1. 1 ore equals 1 bar. So, and then to level up, instead of need 100,000 XP, you need 10,000 XP. So you level up so much faster. You don't need to spam run these runs as hard. It just makes much more sense. I can't like I wish there was an achievement that kept track of how much weight and ores that you've obtained, or alchemy, or you know what I mean, whatever the resource is. I wish there was a tracker that said you have gathered X amount of weight of this resource. Bro, I feel like my iron would be ridiculous. I would be on par with some of those freaking bots. And that's saying something, since I don't play this. I haven't played this game for more than like 1,700 hours. All I do is farm iron, bro. That's crazy. I'm kind of sad that that guy never came into a Twitch chat. Because he asked me, he's like, hey, would you give any tips to new players? And I was like, yeah, come into the chat. Come into the Twitch and I'll give you some, you know, advice. It's just, the problem is I wouldn't mind typing it to him. But if I'm sitting here streaming and talking to you guys, I can't play the game, talk to you guys, and interact with you guys and read chat and everything while having a full-on typing conversation with somebody in game. I just can't do all of that. I don't have that much like bandwidth in my brain. I mean, it could be, but all he had to do is like, hey, what's up? When he got in, I'd be like, all right, hey, what do you want to talk about? Like, not that hard. Just say something. Don't interrupt me. It was a random tangent. I don't know why it popped into my head. And it wouldn't have lasted that long, but I couldn't wrap my head around your logic. Like, okay, let me take that back. I understood your point of view. And I could see it from your point of view, and I agreed with a lot of what you were saying. I felt like you weren't seeing my side. Because you wouldn't take anything into consideration of if. The word if, right? So, it is what it is. I don't really care. I don't want to message him again and be like, yo, you ever gonna swing by the stream? He's offline, no! Go on and on. I will though. That's the thing too, dude. I will nonstop talk until I could come until I can come to like a consensus of like agreement, right? If I can agree with like your point of view, if you have a disagreement and I can understand, I can agree with your point of view, I'm like, okay, you know, maybe you're right. Okay, I'll put it down. Right, cool. But if I can't see that, like if I can't come to general consensus, like I want to talk about it so we can. So I can either jump on board with your idea and be like, oh, okay, yeah, I can see your point of view. I think that's a good, better plan. I think I agree with it, you know, and I think it's better than what I was thinking. Or, you know, I want to be proven why mine's wrong, to see, you know, where I'm flawed, you know, where I can go better with my idea. Bro, she just tells me to shut up. Legit, she just, yeah, and then she's just over there just playing Candy Crush. She doesn't listen to me. Or she just tells me to shut up because she doesn't care. Let's just put it this way. I've learned to just not talk when I'm around her. Because she doesn't really care about anything I have to say. Ooh, that came out of nowhere. So I really want to get this level before we log off for today. Basically, we get, I think after this iron route, I don't really need the ore or the star metal, so I'm not going to go for that far. I'm just going to go to the end of this route. We'll teleport back. We'll get the rest of the iron crafted. And then we'll start on the wood and the leather. And then we'll get the level done. And then we'll switch over to Eidolon. We have like 15 minutes to get the wood and leather done, basically. I'm gonna stop right up here. '22 dig. Back in the day before I became affiliate, I used to stream before I started streaming. If that makes any sense. So I started streaming, and then I took like a couple year break from streaming, and then I came back. Call of Duty Warzone when a buddy of mine asked me to play in a tournament. I had to stream to do it, and that's when I started actually streaming, and then I became affiliate shortly after that. So that's why I like continued streaming after that point, because I wanted to, I just didn't have the initiative to start it. But anyway, back then, before when I first started streaming, it was a me and the wife stream. We used to stream together. We used to play like Diablo 3 and stuff like that, and we used to help people. And people would literally come to the stream just to hear us banter. Like her yelling at me and telling me to shut up, and the whole arguments going back and forth and stuff. People literally just sat in chat and just laughed at us. Just had a great time just listening to us just bicker at each other. I can't tell you how many people that just came by just to do that. Alright, so we have more than enough iron. We're gonna go hit up a bunch of trees. Lot of whip. Oh yeah. And then we need yeah, so where are you at right now, Dig? I know you haven't been putting too much effort into it. And you've been taking a break from it, but like, you making any progress? Do you need any more like advice or anything? You need some help with anything? I can't loot that. Nice. Okay, so that's not too bad. World 5 prog can be a little slow, depending on your like multi-kill per tier and your damage output and stuff like that. So, the fact that you're almost done with 5, once you hit 6, like it opens the door. Like that's what I was saying before. Is like always having one guy progging is great because the further the worlds you unlock, the more progression you get because you have more skills and abilities and like layering multiplicative damage sources and shit that comes from just unlocking the new worlds. It's insane. Like always having that one guy pushing while you're like working on other characters doing stuff. And like you said, there are a few jail points, aka lab. Lab is one of them, divinity is another. But like, at least with Dude, lab is pretty easy. I mean, div is pretty easy since you can just level everybody up to like level 2, and then they have access to Dude all around. You know, all the stuff from Dude. I mean, that's a pretty helpful thing, but eventually you have to jail yourself in that. I will say for lab dig, you don't need to do everybody. Like I said, level everybody's divinity up to like level 2, and then just use Dude to like pseudo, I guess theoretically, put everybody into lab. They don't gain XP from lab, but they gain, they're at least connected into it, so you can push the lab links further and stuff like that. The reason I say this is because if you just put your bubonic conjurer in lab instead, he will level up himself, but he also shares part of that exp with the lowest level lab person. So if he gets 1,000,000 XP, a percentage of that exp gets also added, so it's additive. So it's like he gets 1,000,000, let's say it's 80%, 800,000 would also go to the lowest level lab person. I don't know what the percentage is off the top of my head, but so he gets 1,000,000 and the other guy gets like another chunk. So he doesn't lose XP, he's just additive to the next person. So you just leave him in with like super mega juiced increasements to lab XP. So get his lab efficiency up, his AFK gains increasements up, anything that's going to give him more lab EXP per hour. You put him in and just let him level the other people. It's the best way to deal with lab. Because then you only have one person jailed while everybody's getting the levels up to like 70, 75 for all the chips. Obviously, you want to push them all to an average level of 210. But that's a later thing. Don't worry about that. You can just leave, like I said, you can just use your bubonic conjurer to achieve that goal. That way you have the other 9 characters running around the map doing things while only one person is jailed. It's the best way to do it. But I'll show you that when I log on if you want. It's the best, like I said, it's the best way to level lab because it's the most efficient. You literally leave the one guy in there dedicated to like increasements of lab XP and then let him share with the lowest people. So nobody's locked in lab except for the one guy. It's super efficient. It sucks though because he is one of the best characters to active on because of his cranium cooking. So it does suck that you lose out on the cranium cooking potential. But while you're doing that, you can also just be, farming on Windwalker or Deathbringer or Divine Knight. You have those options as well, which is huge for you as well. Gives huge progression, and you have to active on them eventually. So like not cranium cooking while farming those is essentially just as good. Because you have to put that, like I said, you have to put the conjurer down eventually. And while he's put down, that's when you use him to lab farm. Because once again, at a certain point, you have to get an average level between all 10 characters of 210. Because you got to get to 2100 total lab level at some point. So if one guy's level 1000, then you need 1100 levels between the other 9 people. Right. So that's basically what it boils down to. And that's why that guy just stays in lab. It's just so much easier. Not saying you can't just throw everybody in lab anyway. There's all 10 characters in lab for like a couple weeks and done with it. Then no one has to sit in lab like ever. Obviously that depends on your EXP rates and stuff. But yeah, almost being World 6 is pretty huge. That's a great milestone. There's a lot to do in World 6. Like, not even just, like, progression. Because that's where, like, portals become a problem. Because you can't just push with a single person in World 6. You have to actually push with multiple characters. I think you have to push with up to 9 characters. I don't think you need all 10, but I think you need at least 9. I can't remember what the spirit locks are. Spirit locks are either 8 or 9 people. I think one of them might even be 10. I don't know. But you eventually have to push with every character in World 6, which sucks. I did, but I can do it again. Oh. Yeah, I mean, it is less of a problem now, mate, but if, like, you're a first time through kind of person, never played before, depending on the horizontal progression you've put in up to that point, it can still be slow. And yeah, he did lower them, didn't it? Yeah, because he did lower it with the addition of World 7, but it's still a problem. It's a lot easier, but it's still a bottleneck for newer players that have to get past. But like with the addition of farming, sneaking is insane. Summoning is even more insane. I feel like sneaking give a lot of potential to the account? I don't know what's, I mean, it gives some, but I don't know how insane it really is. All right, we need another leather run. We needed like 320, right? Because I know it has pristine charms, which are kind of good for the account. And it has Jade Emporium, which gives a lot of stuff. Like it gives the extra jewels, it gives extra unlocks. I think Jade Emporium is actually pretty huge for account progression, is it not? I'm pretty sure it is. I think it gives like meal levels too or something. It's pretty nuts. Oh yeah, and the masteries too give even more. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Jade Emporium. Yeah, I was thinking Jade Emporium's insane, isn't it? Oh. Yeah, I mean, bro, my farming still hasn't done anything for me. Like, my farming is still, like, non-existent, bro. I really need to try to focus more on gym farming every day. Because I still have so many things in the gym shop that I need to purchase. Like, I need my farming plots, right? So I have more plots for farming so I can hit my maximum cap of farming plots. So my farming can progress. I still have never obtained the upgrade things from the gym shop for summoning. I haven't bought the things for sneaking. Like I've basically not bought anything for World 6. I have almost everything for World 7 done because World 7 was just like by the time I was like all right, let's buy some stuff. World 7 just came out and I was like, you know what? Oh, this is going to be super helpful. I think I have better progression in World 7 skills than I do World 6 skills. And that's saying something. World 6 has been out for a hot minute. And my progression in World 6 is fucking awful. But yeah, my summoning is not too bad, and my sneaking has finally started progressing. But my farming is literally non-existent. Yeah, I mean, but you did a really good job on your World 6. Like, I feel like your World 6 was actually pretty good. Like, you did a really good job of progressing your World 6. And, I mean, you've put a lot of effort in World 7, but it just hasn't been out as long. Yeah, summoning was rough, though. Summoning had, like, a really hard stuck point. Where it's like, you were very time-gated behind Essence gain. Like, you needed a ton of Essence to get a lot of upgrades to push your damage and survivability up to a point where you can actually push your summoning to a decent level, right? And if you didn't buy the summoning upgrades from the gym shop, like you organically were just like missing, you know, passive increases and stuff. And then obviously they added the stones at a later time, which helped out a lot. And then now adding teal like that or cyan or whatever, like that really helped out a lot even further. So before all that, it was like really hard to, I feel like, progress summoning. Unless you were like super hard focused into it and you were actually able to like juice out your alchemy for it. Because a lot of the alchemy bubbles further up that I never touched were a lot of essence gain. And unless you put a lot of effort into those essence gain bubbles, I feel like you just weren't getting enough essence to like put time and effort into the summoning to actually really make progression, because you needed so much damage to actually make any type of progression in it. $140 crops and farming. Nice. Yeah. I feel like you said though, farming is one of those ramped skills, right? Like it takes a while. It's really slow at the beginning. Obviously, if you pay some gems, it helps out a little bit. Because you get more plots and you can take advantage of the extra plots early on, and you can unlock more plots with those plots. But then once you start like scrapping them for beans, and you get like the crop evo, the OG, the growth speed per X amount, the OG per X amount. Like once you start getting that stuff going in the crop evo chance, you start just boom speed running through crops. Because like you just leave one of them open for you leave like you would use one to like crop farm, right, to unlock new crops, and the other ones for grinding day market stuff or whatever, however you want to go about doing it. But like I feel like that's not a bad option. So you come and you have to check it. That's the problem, is coming back and checking every 30-40 minutes, an hour, whatever your growth speed is at the time, spending the time resetting and then like regrowing up the amounts, and then pushing them through one at a time so you can make sure you get enough for your overgrowth speeds and stuff like that. Like, and then like you said, it starts to hella ramp really fast. The more crops you unlock and the more that you get to 1,000 or whatever it's called, like you start to really start juicing through it real fast. Why are you fucking around, bro? How much do we have? 320. All right, so we have enough of that. I think it was 320 this. I need 480 of the wood. Why did you follow me around, bro? What is your deal? All right, we got 240. We're halfway. Not too bad. So we'll finish this wood up, and then we'll crap those, get that level, and then we'll switch games. Thing is too is we don't even need exactly 480, because we have like petrified woods we can use, things like that. I don't quite have enough gathering speed yet to one hit these trees. It's kind of sad. Yeah, see how like that one didn't one hit? If I have a little bit more gathering speed, I could probably one hit those trees without the insta proc. It just takes so much gathering speed to hit that. Yeah, because these are 3 hits. If I can get the other one to a 1 hit, these will be 2 hits. Like the bigger trees will be 2 hits, and then the 4 hits will hopefully be a 3 hit. It just a huge increase in like resources per hour. Everything's max in the night market? That's insane. I haven't put that much effort into my night market. Honestly, I think I've only sold beans like once or twice, And the first time was just to get like OG, the overgrowth. And I think the second time was to get the 1,000 count thing or whatever the second thing that I needed to force for was, or vice versa. It was like the speed one first, and then it was the OG or whatever it was. I don't remember, but I think those are the only 2 times I've ever scrapped my beans. Ever since the second scrap, I've just been farming for land plots, honestly. All right, we're gonna have an ad here in 20 seconds. So hopefully we can finish up the wood by the time that ad is over. And then we can make the swap to Eidolon. Alright, I'm kind of curious on my tool. We ended up getting a yield, efficiency. We did get speed, so 80% speed, but it's only a 515. So I didn't use the higher tier stuff on it. That sucks. Alright, so what are we looking like? We have officially 440. Oh, 40 off. Bro, come on. Alright, hold on. Do another quick little loop-de-loop. We'll get like another 100 logs really quick. If that's enough. Alright. There we go. 174. Alright. And tomorrow will be another huge grind. So we're gonna need like another 2,000 something ingots, 100 something wood, 400 something fucking leather. Pretty good. Pretty good. With that, we are going to switch to Eidolon for the rest of the night. This is the end of New World for tonight. Made some pretty good prog. I'm pretty happy with it. We got up to 74, almost 75, 174, almost 175. Need to hit 180 soon here. Because Wait, did we do these 160? I feel like we didn't do these ones. We were at 160, but I feel like we didn't do it. I'm not seeing 160s here. Huh. 150. Yeah, 'cause I'm not seeing it. See the purple one, right? Where's the 160 that it said? Kind of confused. There's some crafts we haven't found. We haven't done yet. Yeah, 'cause I feel like it would be here, wouldn't it? Am I missing something? I'm confused. Yeah, these. Like what? Let me Google this real quick. I think it's raid dungeons. This is the recipe. Fires level 160. This. Oh, that's why. So these come from the dungeons, I'm pretty sure. Huh. I like how it says it requires 160, but I didn't see it. Is it because I don't have these to show it? I feel like the greens are specifically dungeon crafts. So they would be down here. Yeah, so they say 60. 60. I don't see the Imperium one. Starstone, barnacles. Why don't I see? Is it because I haven't done the dungeon yet? Might be because I haven't done the dungeon yet. That might be why I'm not seeing them. That could be cucking us. Because if I can run the dungeon and then I can unlock these. Because this gives me like a bunch of hatchets. Like, I don't understand why this isn't unlocking. This is the Emporium. I'm assuming this is another dungeon we haven't done. This is the last one. This is Gardens. I don't know what this one is. So maybe it's because I haven't done the dungeon that I can't unlock these ones. Get the first time crafts for the dungeons. I just feel like the dungeon ones don't give as much. But like, this is what we're shooting for. The corrupted. It's only, what, 5 crafts? It's not enough. I don't really want to run a dungeon though. Maybe we could try to do that maybe tomorrow. See if there's like a... Because this is muted, but like if I was to run regular, like there's 0 parties here. So we would go to activities and we would go to expeditions, basics. Like, because I would need to run gardens. Pretty much need to run all of these. But Imperium, Iliad, Barnacles, Tempest, Laz, Dynasty, Gardens, like... So, maybe we do that just so we can get this unlocked. I don't know. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow? I don't know. I don't want to keep pushing my engineering, but it is what it is. All right, guys. Like I said before, we're gonna call it here. I'm gonna go switch over to Eidolon for a hot minute. We'll be back tomorrow with some more grind. Try and get the rest of this all punched out. If y'all enjoyed, if y'all had a good time, I appreciate you. If you want to leave since we're switching games, feel free. Not gonna stop you, obviously. Do what you gotta do. But like I said, we are gonna be playing Eidolon for a hot minute. If you want to hang out and watch some Eidolon, feel free. I'm gonna grab this one. I'm gonna use one. Use another one. Use another one. Use this. Use this. This. We'll get this one done. And done. Use these two, and I'll come back tomorrow and mess with this more. Alright, guys. We're switching games. Like I said, if any of you are new and aren't interested in swapping games with us, we do have a Discord if you ever want to check it out. The only thing I ask is don't be a dick. If you ever get any questions, ever need any help, want to share something, show something up, or help somebody out, feel free to chime in at any time. Also, we have a VOD channel, so if you interesting. Didn't know you can retract messages. Anyway, so we have a VOD channel as well. So if you want to catch up on a stream, you want to rewatch something, or go clip something, that's the best place to go and do that. So if you want to check out the VOD channel, feel free to do that. But we're gonna finish up the stream on some Eidolon, maybe some idle skilling, and yeah, we're gonna take it from there. I appreciate you guys for being here for Eidolon. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll see you guys tomorrow for some more Eidolon. But for the last hour, we're gonna be on this stuff and things on Eidolon. New world was good progress though. I had a good time. So we'll get some more prog tomorrow. Probably only get a couple more levels tomorrow. That's the only downside with the way I'm doing it. It's super slow prog. Like I said, I'm kind of curious on why I can't see the 160 graphs. I think it's because I haven't done the dungeons, but I'm not 100%. But anyway, let us. Oh, also, mate, I got the hat. The final hat. I've obtained every hat from sneaking now. So that's pretty huge. I don't know why I don't have any sound in this game. I've restarted my game and everything. It just does not. Alright, so we got 528. 127. We got a new masher. We're gonna go here. Anyone does. It like clicks the background even though I'm not like I have something over it. Alright, so we're gonna move on to the next floor. So right now we're sitting at 144. So we actually get less right now because of the so we get 344 down. Pretty good. And then what yeah. We get 434. So this will be done in less than an hour. But we should come back and check this before the end of stream for sure. Hit the gaming up. I'm gonna go pee really quick. Give me just a second. In Dead World? Yeah. Exactly. Alright, man, give me just a second. I'll be right back. Oh, alright. Oh, so we also unlocked pallet luck on our squirrel. One thing we did do. Dude, this chance of failure is barely moving. Driving me insane. Really sad that alright, so we're gonna just turn on RuneScape music, guys. It won't be on the VODs channel, but at least be on for Twitch. That way we're not just sitting here in silence. Ba-dum. Alright, so something else I did, mate, is instead of having 4 different palettes on, I have 1 palette on. I changed it to only this one for growth speed. All I want to try and do is level up my growth speed. I need to get my growth speed faster than 5 minutes. So I just left growth speed on only. So obviously it has a chance to hit this one, but it's mostly about just leveling up mint blue nonstop. So everything that spawns is a mint blue, and I'm just target focusing, leveling that as much as I can. Not the best idea, but that's what I'm doing. I know I need to unlock more of the palettes because more of the palettes are actually kind of what I should do. There's probably other growth speed ones in there that I should probably focus on unlocking. And if there is, I can at least 50-50 it. I can do 50% of them on this growth speed and then 50% on the other ones to unlocking the other growth speed one. I just don't know which ones they are. I'd have to go look it up. But if there's another growth speed one, I should probably focus on unlocking that so I can level both of them. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I want to get as many done as I can, but I also think that if my growth speed is faster, I will get more pallets because I'll be able to grow more things faster. And the faster I can grow them, the more chances I have at getting unlocks. You know what I mean? That's kind of like what I'm shooting for. Because my growth speed is 5 minutes exactly right now, roughly. But let me look really quick. I don't on wiki palette. Curious on if there's any more palette speed. Alright. So nothing yet, nothing yet. Some of these don't even have anything yet, right? We got palette luck, jars, dust, artifact, bits. Okay, so this is sprout speed. So this one's actually huge. This is the one we're working on right now. So I need to get this one. Because it's actually better per level than this one. This one's 0.08 versus 0.1. So we need to do this one. Breeding, lab, steam bubbles. Max charms, ballot, ribbons, damage, atoms. So I think this is the only other one. Okay, so I think I'm close to that one. I think it's this one. Yeah, so I think this one. So I guess my best way of doing this is to put this one and this one on. So they both have a chance to hit this one, right? So I put these two on, I have a 1 in 21,000 chance whenever I get this one or this one to hit this. I think I'm going to take this one off, so I only get these two. I mean, technically I can just stick to one of them, right? But higher chance of free log or golden sprinkler not to be used. So I mean, like, they're both okay. So we'll just do that. I like that idea. Because if I get that one and I level that one up a lot, I'll get a lot more gross space. I think that's what we're going to work on. 1 in 21,000 chance though, so it's a little rough. Alright, so gaming is done until we hit Omniprox. Destruction. Fine. Fine. Oh, we're so close! Bro, we're so close! Please! Please! Well, I don't know if it was confirmed when I first saw it, but I was watching somebody that was saying, in order to unlock something, you have to be doing a pallet next to it. So my understanding is, if you're doing this, there's no way you can unlock these because you're not touching it. It can only unlock whatever it's touching. So this one has a chance to unlock any one of these three. This one has a chance to unlock any one of these three. So technically, doing this one, I have a chance to hit any one of these three, and this one I have a chance for any one of these. But since they both touch this one, I have 2 times chance. So both of them have a chance to hit this. So it doesn't really matter if I just do a single color or a double color. If I did this one, I had 1 in 3 chance of these or leveling. Same thing with this one. But it doesn't matter which one I do. Honestly, I just figured I'd pick them both because they both can level up a few times if I miss the unlock. But that's my understanding of how the pallet unlock system works. What do you mean, Bubba Meat? Are you talking about like upgrading this stuff? I'm not being efficient with this at all. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. Oh, I have some. I could do that. You're right. We can do that in a minute. I get 200 mil in a minute, and it's like a 2-hour skip, so I can probably use like a couple of them and be done with it. So we can do that in a minute. Give me a few. I want to get through all my Omniprocs before I forget. I don't need to figure out what I want to use my atoms on. I'm always torn on what I want to use my atoms on. I just like when I can't think about anything, I'm like, oh, I don't know what to use it on. I just use it on Diamond Chef, honestly. Bro, I am pissed at my I'm actually relatively pissed. What is that shit called? Oh, at my cooking speed. Oh my god, really? That's so much, dig. I think we're just gonna use it on. Yeah, I don't feel like dealing with this right now. I'm gonna use it on Diamond Chef. I don't want to think. Oh, and I don't have enough liquid. I haven't done crane and cooking. All right, so what do we use it on instead? We just do crit damage and say fuck it. Fuck it. I don't feel like thinking about it. We're doing it. Not a good one. It's terrible. Bad idea. But I'm doing it. Really, because I just don't feel like thinking about it. All right, good enough. All right. Is that? All right. I think we're gonna move to sandcastles after this. After we do all our omniprocs. Oh, this week's bigger nuggets. Interesting. I don't know. I don't really care. Sure. Oh yeah, you have a pretty small nugget. Don't you have like a 30-something mil or something like that? Don't reset it. Just wait. So if you can't do it, right? For example, if you can't do it, if you wait, it'll do this, and you just click refresh order. All you gotta do, right? So that if that's what you mean by reset, then yes. Don't use your silver pens to reset it. It depends. So, if I have a streak of 2. If I miss today, the streak will go back to 0. And then if I miss tomorrow, it will give me the reset option. But if you have like if you do enough of them, right? Like, yeah, that has a shield on it. If you have a shield, then you have an extra break, right? So I have to miss the day for the shield, and then I have to miss the day for the streak. Then it'll reset the day after that. Why would it be up there for so long? Just hit the order, refresh order if it's there. It should never be there for more than 2 or 3 days. I've never seen one there longer than 2 or 3 days. You have to manually hit the refresh button when it's there. I've literally never seen one there longer than 2 days. Or 3 days if you have a shield. I'm pretty sure it's impossible. Unless yours is busted for some apparent reason. Not saying it can't be bugged out, but the intended mechanic doesn't work that way. Like the way it's supposed to work isn't that way. I mean, maybe there's something you need to unlock for it. Hold on. Let's pull up the wiki. Let's look. All right. So storage system counts, completing orders, not to carry the items in your inventory, quantity requested items increases as you streak. The type of item requested is not affected by your streak. Completing orders are reset every 24 hours. Uncompleted orders can be reset for free after 3 days. Plus the duration of your shield. So that's what I was saying about the shield. So if you have a shield of 1, you have to wait a day, like an extra day. If you have a shield of like 2 or 3, you gotta wait 2 or 3 extra days. So I guess it depends on how many times you've streaked that whatever one you've done. And then each day of waiting consumes 1 point of the shield. You can use a pen to automatically skip it, or to break the shield. So if you have a shield and let's say you have a streak of like 100, but you don't want to wait 100 days for the shield to go away so you can reset it. You can use a pen to break the shield instantly, and then the next day it'll reset. Ugh. Like I said, if yours is there for longer than a week, you say it's been there for 2 weeks and he hasn't let you reset it, I don't know what to tell you. It's literally not the way it's designed. So in that case, if you think you're busted and you think there's nothing that you can do, just use the fucking pen, I guess. It doesn't matter, but pens are better used else, like doing something else. Because when it comes to the post office, in my opinion, you don't want to be doing the middle one. You want to be using your pens on the first one, on the simple shipping. Simple shipping is like the best one. Even Dude Next Door isn't too bad. Or Alpine Suppliers, like, because those are like basic bitch shit. Right, the middle one is always like rare items or craftables. Not really worth resetting that one or doing that one whenever it's like something you can't do. And the cosmic one is between rares and basic materials from World 4. So that's why I usually stick to simple shipping, because simple shipping is all like World 1 bullshit. It's crazy. You say it's been there for 2 weeks and you haven't gotten a reset option. I've literally never heard of that. I'm not saying you're lying or whatever. I'm just saying I've literally never heard of that. That's kind of crazy. All right. You know what I don't understand, mate? If you look up here, it says my damage is 29 trillion. But when I actually go in to do a summoning thing, it's less. I don't know what's wrong with it. No, it's like completely different. Like instead of 30 trillion, it's like whatever the numbers before a trillion. It's like 300 billion or something like that. It's like not even remotely close. I'll show you in a second here. Like, it's not even remotely resembling what my number's supposed to be. Unless it's fixed today. I mean, maybe I have to log out and log back in. Maybe, I don't know. I just happened to notice it the other day where I was like, oh yeah, I got so much damage from teal. Cool, let's go. And then I was like, wait, why is my damage number wrong? Like, why is it not showing up the correct number? It was really weird. I'll go into a battle and I'll show you. So I was supposed to have 31 trillion, right? So I hit begin. Oh, never mind. It's working now. Maybe yesterday was just a fluke. Okay. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so yesterday, for some reason, it was like way lower than it was supposed to be. I don't know. It was really odd. I mean, I was still progressing and stuff, but... Oh, I need to do my Omniprocs. So we'll just do this one and then we'll move on. Right. I need to push my summoning a lot. Alright. I don't think I need to check anything on World 7, right? Because this is going to be going for 15 more hours. Oof, this is almost over. And we got Coral. Good enough, good enough, good enough. Alright, so we're gonna hit World 5. Okay, so let's go do our Omniprocs really quick. Eh? Eh? What? Wait, what? Oh, I'm in Wrath form. Bro, I'm so confused. Bro, how do I get 0 fucking kills? Oh, the fuck is that shit? Sorry. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Totally forgot I was still in Wrath form. Printing proc. Yeah, but this is what we're working. We're working towards getting to the next portals. Bro, so many kills. Still have 121 million kills just to get to this one, let alone the next two. Like, that's crazy. Actually crazy. Oh, what I was going to show you earlier, man, I think you're in an ad, so I'll wait for the ad to be over, but I'm going to show you my cooking speed bullshit. It's pissing me off. All right. I'll do the sailing really quick. But yeah, Dick, at the end of the day, like, If that thing's pissing you off and it just won't give you a refresh, just fucking use a pen. Like you can farm pens later. Not a big deal. It's just not really worth it, in my opinion. Because it should just reset on its own. You're on not in one? Oh, you're not in that? Oh, okay. So I'll show you really quick. Bro, I'm now officially stuck on these two artifacts. Alright. So what pissed me off about my cooking speed is I am hard stuck at 111. I don't know if you see this, but at 111, so at 110, look at this. At 110, it requires E94 to level, right? 110, E94. Leveling it from 110 to 111 jumps from E94 to E134. What? It bumps it by 40 E. Huh? And then we go down, look. It's E93, E92, E91, E90, E89, E87, E86, E85. Like, and then we get down here. I mean, obviously these ones are all like 102, right? Get down here, E62, E6. I mean, obviously these ones take longer to cook, so even though they're lower, they're still hard to hit, right? But bro, what is with this cooking jump? E94 to E134? Bro, there's no way! This is purely gonna be fucking no meal left behind leveling anything past this. It's ridiculous. That's crazy, bro. The fucking cooking can suck it. Cooking can suck it. That's crazy. Oh man. Alright, so sailing and gardening. You know, one thing I hate about Omniprocs is gardening is one proc and gaming is another proc, and they're the same thing. Why? Why is gaming have two different procs? I feel like gardening should be like farming or something different, not gaming. Why is it the same proc, but just called something different? I don't understand. Can I wouldn't doubt it. It annoys the shit out of me. It just happened again. I think I just got a 73 mil nugget. Mate, you would have loved that. I just wanted like a 500 mil and I won't care anymore. Like, I literally just won't care going forward. Alright, now we just need to juice out this guy a little bit more. Anything that is going to give us speed. I'm getting like 17 million kills a day. That was gaming and something else. What was it? Gaming refinery. I get like 15 to 17 million kills a day. I need over 100 mil. So it's like, it's going to take me like another 10 days just to get through these portals. Alright, so it was refinery, gaming, and sailing. 400 mil exactly? Wait, 400 mil what? Sorry. What are we talking about? Kills? Oh, your big nugget. Like your nugget range is all the way up to 400 mil. That's pretty good though. It's good luck hitting that number. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I don't know if that equates for the ballot buff that's going on right now. Because if it's like 4 times higher, then technically you can hit a 1.6 billion right now, in theory. Really? I thought it said increased nugget size or something like that. Did I read it wrong? Mm. Oh, is that okay? That's why I'm getting so many nuggets. Okay. I thought it was increased size, not quantity. Got you. But that's good too because it increases your minimums and maximums faster because you're pulling so many more nuggets. You know what I mean? And it gives you more chances at nuggets. So it's not bad. I mean, it's not as good as I would hope, but it's still pretty insane. Like I said, to increase your minimums really fast, and increase your maximums even higher, and especially since it doesn't reset, and you get so many opportunities. Pretty solid. There's obviously stronger ones out there, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, Colin, sounds good, Dick. I appreciate it. Take it easy. Have a good night. I appreciate you for being here. Hope you had a good time. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Hopefully, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. See ya, see ya, see ya. Some more New World grinding in tomorrow. Oh, I got cooked. I do like how many nuggets I'm getting though. Kind of wild. My minimum has probably gone up a decent amount. I was at like 400,000 minimum before this ballot. I want to say it's probably closer to 500 or like 600 something now. I haven't seen anything less than like a 600 in a while. All right, so let us this guy up. All right, what are we up to? Still 5 minutes. 6% chance for free log game. And 3.4% chance to not use up our charge. And then we combo that with 44% chance for free game. I don't know if they stack. And just for more recharge speed. I don't know if they stack or not. Alright. These last couple guys. Still sailing, and then I still want to hit a World 7 tower defense. Mate, off the top of your head, did you know if there's a World 7 guide yet or not? I don't remember what. I think it was. Great. I think it was just double sailing. If you don't know of one off the top of your head, that's fine. I'll just wing it. It's not a big deal. I also need to figure out what I want to use my next prism bubble on. I mean, I could Google it and see if there's a video about gaming, of course. I was just curious if you knew of one. If you don't, you don't. Like I said, not a big deal. I can literally just Google it and see if I find one. There's a handful of people that make those guides pretty regularly. And I feel like it's been out long enough that it's a possibility. I do not have carpentry bubbled. Probably should, just so I can level, like, finish leveling up my buildings. That's probably a good one, yeah. Yeah, as I say, construction. It's one of those things that it's like it's dead. Like it's a kind of a dead bubble once you level everything up. But with depending on if he increases the level caps even further or not, and the additions to like getting your things leveled up past a certain point, like it just takes so long. It's worth just like Diamond Shaft, right? Like, oh, but your meals eventually max out. There's no reason to prism it. It's like, but at the same time, by the time you like, there's no way to max out your meals in your lifetime without prisming Diamond Shaft. There's no way. You just cannot get enough cooking speed to push them to a reasonable level to let no meal left behind actually finish them within your lifetime. It's just literally not going to happen. Which is why I finally said, you know what, fuck it. I'm gonna prism it even though it's gonna be a dead bubble once my stuff is maxed. I'm okay with the dead bubble because I won't actually complete it unless I use it. Yeah, I was saying with World 7 it increased it, but I'm saying like I don't know if he's gonna increase it even further than what he already did. Like with World 8 or the rest of World 7. But I'm assuming it's gonna increase more in World 8. So it's a good investment. And even if it doesn't, like I won't complete construction in my lifetime if I don't prism it. Like that's just the truth of it. It's literally not possible to complete unless you prism it. Same thing with cooking. Abyssal whip. I mean, I don't think I have one, if I'm being honest. I haven't used a whip in 10 years. I like to RuneScape it. You know what? How about this? If you play out RuneScape 3, I'll give you a RuneSkimmy. And if you leave the stream because you're cringing because I said RuneScape 3, then I'm sorry. Yeah, everybody likes RS3, our old school over RS3. I can't bring myself to playing any more old school. Like I played so much of it when I was a kid. I can't stomach how slow it is. Ugh. I love it though. Like don't get me wrong, I like old school RuneScape a lot. I like RS3 just as much. I like them both. They're both completely different games, even though they're relatively close to the same game. I can't. Bro, I feel like I'm in quicksand. I can't do it. Molly, thank you. I appreciate you. And I will forever and always call you Marley. You're not gonna outlive that. I'm sorry. It's never gonna change. I'm sorry. It is what it is. Yeah, no one's gonna take whatever, however the hell you pronounce that name. I mean, I want to say like Ingenly. Is it A Inly? A. I forgot what I was doing. I forgot what I was doing. I never checked my refinery earlier. Yeah, it's Molly. You'll always and forever be known as Molly. I'm just gonna start calling you A. You're gonna hate me, sir. You're like, I'm never coming back to the stream. You're an asshole. I'm sorry. I mean, it's fine. Yeah, it's a good one. It's not as easy to say as Marley, but like you said, Marley is taken everywhere. It's just a common name. But hey, that's not taken very many places. I know. I'm sorry, mate. Or Mata? Can I call you Mata? I don't know what your name is. I'm assuming that the IVI is an M, and then you got ATTA, which is Atta. So I'm gonna go with Mata. Ah, it's okay. Yeah, it's taken everywhere, Marley. There's no way around it. I forgot what we were doing. If I'm being completely honest, guys, I don't remember what we were doing. Um. Okay, so I know I wanted to go to sandcastles. And then we are going to filter out sandcastles. Okay, so we're gonna leave this guy here for a minute, and I wanted to do. Is it this guy? Is it this guy? I think it's this guy. I think we wanted to do World 7 thingamajiggy. Bob Marley! Yeah, exactly. Lana for sure. For using yeah, it is what it is, honestly. All right, where is this is the right guy, right? Yeah. Okay, so where is the World 7? Where's the thing? That's fine, mate. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Hope you had a good time. Hope you rest your night. I'll be on tomorrow. Like I said, we'll be doing some more New World. And then we'll jump back on this like we always do. I appreciate you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Where is? It's around here somewhere. Oh, can't find it. I don't think it's in the first zone, is it? No, it's on the first zone. Okay. On the second zone, not in the zones to the right. Oh, is it that? No. Okay. Bro, where is the World 7? I'm completely confused. Not in the clams, I know that. Alright, hold on. Might be a map I don't have. Is it in the demon flesh zone? Bro, is it not? What? Why is it not even on the Oh my god. It's not even on the wiki. What is this bullshit? What is this bullshit? This is some bullshit. This wiki needs work. This wiki needs work. Look at this bullshit. So I go to the soul, right? This soul is the one I need. It says type soul source unobtainable. What? But it's used to craft these, but it is obtainable because people have crafted these, right? Click on souls, doesn't even show me it. Doesn't even show it to me. Bullshit. World 7. Worlds. Uh, this place. All right. Cool. Oh my fucking god, dude. All right. So the best way we're gonna figure this out is I have one person that's made it there. I think I've seen it, but I don't know. Did I do it with this guy? I did. Bro, I could have swore I've seen it. Okay, well, I thought we were gonna do this today. Hey, what smart guy that plays Eidolon is in this chat that can tell me where the fuck this thing's at? Puff Puff? Hey, which one's Puff Puff? Is that one I don't have? Because I got Litter and I got Puffer. Yeah, I just saw. Sorry. Because it's not Demon Flight. Is it one of these ones? The Puffer Bass. I could have swore I've seen it. Oh, I did. Okay. I did find it. Okay. I'm an idiot. I ran right past it. Let's not talk about it, okay? Sorry, I was focusing on Wiki. And then I saw the messages. My bad. I'm sorry. I'm dumb. I'm a bad streamer. We all know it. Okay. I've never done this one, so good luck. And we're going to get our asses kicked. Bro, it takes 1,000 charges? Oh, God. I don't... Let's go look at a guide really quick. let's see if there's like a picture of what it looks like at least. All right, Griffey made a video for it. We'll just go and I just want to see what the map layout looks like. 2 rune skimmies? All right. Get on RuneScape 3. I'll give you some skimmies, all right? I'll give you a couple skimmies. I just want to see your tower defense. Bro, it's an 8-hour it's an 8-hour VOD that he uploaded. Where's the tower defense? Oh my god. And he didn't even bro, he did a me and he didn't actually I'm so upset. Okay, here's tower defense. Okay. Okay. He uploaded his whole VOD and the tower defense is somewhere in the middle. Kind of annoying, but it is what it is. So how are we doing this? So where do they come from? Okay, so they come from the left. What did they put down there? Those party starters? Okay, those look like party starters, so they're out of the way. Those guys, so they can reach everybody. Where's the... Does he not use a freezer? Does he not put a slow guy down? Oh, he puts a slow... Oh my god, his slows are so large. What the fuck? Bro, I need to level up my slow guys. That's crazy. Thanks, Marley. Yeah, I had to skip for quite a ways. I'm at 4 hours and 22 minutes in. I'm skipping quite a bit. I'm just trying to see like what he's doing. Yeah, because it seems like they just come from the left. And there's a whole bunch of target stars on the right. He puts his freezers up top, which is interesting. And it puts all the poison guys in the bottom left to like up front all the damage. He has his void guy up front. Alright, we'll give it a shot. I just need to get souls. The problem is like this guy he puts him there, right? This guy doesn't have he hasn't reached that far. I'm worried about like doing that. No, we could do something like this. Okay. So basically, we just do something like this. And then we just put some guys over here. Oh, I'm terrible at tower defense. Okay. The problem I have is my towers aren't as strong, so on his, this guy actually reaches all the way down here. And the short guys won't get hit by this freezer. So I might have to put another one over here to reach up here to slow these guys. And then my void, he's kind of small, right? So that is a problem. And then I'm thinking about putting a freeze right here. Just so I have better range of the freeze, so I make sure everybody's frozen. That looks good to me. He's you're not wrong, Marley, you're not wrong. I'm not small. I'm just not as large as everybody else. Let's juice through this. And then crit. All right, I think I'm gonna put another freeze. All right, I think I'm gonna put another freeze here. It's kind of a waste because I put one up top, so maybe we remove the top one. So I think maybe we remove this one. Wait, why did I put this up here? What the? don't remember putting that one up there. Okay. Like maybe it's when I try to put it up in the bench up here. Because I want to put this one here and make sure I hit all the Poisonics. Um. And that hits that, and that hits this. So there's a small window where they don't get hit here. And I don't need a lot of poisons. I mean, I do. Do we know if each poison cloud ticks its own damage and like overlaps? So like if I have 10, it'll tick 10 times per second kind of thing? I'm assuming that's how it works. So the more poisonics I put down, the more damage they can put out. Alright, we need to get this guy's attack speed up. Like, we got the slow from the guy below him, but it still need the attack speed just so it doesn't get by. Okay. Alright. Less 3 seconds isn't too bad. Alright. I think we need another Poisonic in here. I think we put it here. I think that's a good place for it. Alright, then we gotta level everybody up to 10. Okay, 10. 10. I don't know what I just clicked. That lag was insane. Alright, that's 10 on everybody. Alright, the question is, do we put another guy here for slowing towards the back, which I think is a fine option. But I think we do that after we put in the rest of the Krakens. So I'll fill up the rest of this with Krakens, level them all to 10. Then we'll put another slow in. I think we fit one more Kraken in here. Then we put the slow behind it. Problem is we just don't have a lot of damage in the back. Because this guy reaches to here. This guy only reaches to here. And this guy only reaches to like here. So everybody over here won't get hit, which is a problem. And obviously if my tower levels were higher, I wouldn't have to have so many freezing guys. Right, I can get by with like 2 freezes to cover the whole map. I don't know if this guy's range gets any bigger as he levels. But he's a little less than 3 seconds right now, which is fine. And this lag is unreal. High damage numbers. Oof. Better. Okay. So we are close to our last Kraken. I'll be comfortable with these Krakens. I mean, I might be able to fit one more. We can test it, but that's like a mill. Yeah, I feel like at this point it's better to level everybody up to like 15 or 20 before going for 750,000 for another tower. So like maybe juicing this guy up to 15 for another 20% damage. Going for an extra like 15% slow effect. An extra tick rate on our gases. Alright, there's that. Alright, we'll go for another 5%. Or 5 seconds. 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Alright, we can actually go for another 20 here. Go for 20s across the board on Poisonix. Get that damage output. And then we'll put slow effects in. Oh, this is wild that this is gonna take 1,000 worship charge per claim. Kind of insane. Alright, we're just gonna let this go one wave at a time because I don't know how strong these are gonna get. It's gonna take a lot longer, but I don't think I have enough time in me to actually finish this on stream. We might just let this slow play. Yeah, fuck it. We're gonna juice this. I know we'll fail if we push too hard, but I think we're strong enough right now. I don't know how strong it's gonna get past 100. Usually, like pushing to like 120 is pretty easy on most of the other ones. But I just don't have the time to slow play and then fight for 2 or 3 hours. Like, I'm not gonna do this on stream. Like, depending on how long this one takes, I might call it. That's what I'm waiting. I'm waiting on a point where like they have so much HP that it's gonna take me like 30 minutes to clear it. And if that's the case, I'll just be like, all right, guys, I'm gonna play this offline. So that's what we're shooting for right now. I think it was. Yeah, see, 100 was pretty easy. I feel like we do need to upgrade like this one. The 15% more effect. Could probably push this all the way to another 15% effect. Really get these things super slow. We could push this for more damage and this. Because I think we have what? 20, 40, 60, 80. One more of these. I think I'll, yeah, so I'll do this one to 100% crit. And this one will start doing damage towards things with low HP. Alright, so we're going to push to 110. And then we just need to juice out our party starters. And then these guys. Problem is, like, I want to put extra bump on these guys. Maybe I'll just do one bump on the first two because they're up at the front. So the furthest they're gonna get, they could push from all the way back here. So it's at least useful. So we'll do it either way. But that's slow. Look how slow they're going. It's really helpful with all the bumps that we got going on. It's just there's a gap here that I don't like. Alright. Those are all our damage ones. And then there's that damage one. Okay. And then boom. Okay. Yeah, see that's that gap that I was talking about. And this guy's not triggering. There it goes. Okay. Alright, so that's that, and then we'll push back. Push back. Extra. Extra. Yeah. Alright. So fix that. So I feel like after this we're gonna have to start slow playing. Like I have the damage for this, but they're gonna come in. And there's gonna be too many mobs, I think. So you got coffee? Wee wee! Let's go, Marty. Hell yeah. Alright. Alright, so that's huge. So that is that's 400% speed. These guys are pretty fast. These guys are relatively fast. The only other thing I could think of is another Poisonic somewhere. So maybe putting one like up here just to get more upfront damage. I feel like maybe another Poisonic is where we go. For even more poison. How dare you play an AFK game? AFK! Yeah, see how long this is taking. So, okay, we are going to call it here, guys. Like I said, I think the only thing I'm going to change is I'm going to see if another Kraken will fit here. And if it won't, then I'm just going to put a Poisonic, I think, in the front. Maybe, like, right here behind the Void, if it'll fit, if not in front. So I have more damage on, like, this half of the map. So it's up front up here. The problem is I have, like, no damage in the back. So we have to rely upon our Krakens, like, holding them, and then, like, me slowly killing a couple so they can slowly come backwards, I guess. I don't know. My only other option is to put a Kraken here or here so it reaches to like here. Because if I put one here, like this one reaches to here. So if I put one here, it'll reach to here, which will give us some damage, but not quite all the way at the end. So I mean, I guess up here isn't a bad option. But the problem we run into is if we get too far, right? And the mobs have too much HP, but I haven't pushed to here, and I don't have enough damage up here, then we'll run out of time, and then the next waves will start. Which is like 2 hours or something like that. Ugh. We're not doing too bad. I should have saved at 110. That was a mistake. Alright, guys. But anyway, we're going to get out of here. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back on the New World grind. We're going to be pushing the Iron Man a little bit more. If you haven't joined the Discord and want to join the Discord, feel free. The only thing I ask is don't be a dick. If you ever have any gaming questions, ever need help, or want to share something, show something off, or help somebody out, feel free to chime in at any time. Also, on the days that I do not stream, that's the best place to reach me as well. I work from home, so you know, I'll still be here. But I appreciate you guys. If you haven't checked out the VODs channel, go into the About Me, clicky. If you ever want to catch up on a stream or watch a stream or clip something or whatever, feel free to go and check that out. And, you know, check it out anyway. It would help me out. I'd appreciate it. Almost. You almost had it, Marlon. I mistyped it the first time. But I appreciate you guys. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Take it easy. See ya. Bye. Thank you. Bye.